Life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm La Ubaga. Nairobi Central Police Station OCS Samson Talam will remain in detention or in custody at the Langata Police Station until tomorrow when a decision on his release on bail will be made. In the case, IPOA has filed an application seeking to continue the detention of Talam for a further 21 days to complete the investigation into the death of blogger Albert Ojwang.
Your Honor, given that the respondent is the OCS, we are saying that there is a likelihood that he may interfere with the investigations. Your Honor, we'll be seeking the 21 days, and in addition to the 21 days, Your Honor, we'll be seeking an order that we access the phones of potential witnesses, the police officers who were on duty, and any other person who was at the vicinity.
IPOA has said that Talam led the plot to kill Ojwang and that he was in contact with some of the suspects before, during and after the teacher's murder. It has also been alleged that Talam and other officers at the central station paid an expert to destroy CCTV footage at the station to tamper with evidence.
Yes, investigations reveal that under paragraph 11, that the respondent, together with others who are not before court, hired a technician to interfere with the CCTV system at the central police station in a bid to tamper and interfere with the subsequent investigations. Your Honor, we are highlighting what so far we have done insofar as the investigations are undergoing. So there is still some investigations which we need, and that is the reason why we are asking for continuing detainment of the respondent.
Meanwhile, Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has announced that all police stations in the country will now be required to install CCTV cameras. Murkomen said while some stations already have them, many are installed by private individuals and lack the required standards.
It's important for all of us to know as Kenyans that just the way we say in elections, the polling station is the final place of voting. The police station is the final station of reporting any crime in the National Police Service. And therefore, every person, including senior officers, has to always go back to a police station. We shall make the respective budgetary adjustments to prioritize these reforms among other modernization strategies in the forthcoming and subsequent financial years.
Government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura has denied reports that Kenya is fomenting unrest in Sudan. Speaking to reporters in Nairobi, Mwaura explained that Kenya is only involved in the conflict from a diplomatic perspective as a mediator between warring factions in Sudan to achieve a ceasefire. According to Mwaura, Kenya's peacekeeping and conflict resolution efforts are informed by the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, that is the GERD process, led and established by President William Ruto to bring together the warring parties, the Sudanese Armed Forces and the Rapid Support Forces.
The Kenya government is supporting the peace process in Sudan under IGAD led by the president. Any other assertion is a matter of conjecture, and Kenya remains a peace builder in this country and in this region. And so therefore, any further assertion to that effect is really a matter of people wanting to cast aspersion on the same. There have been several conflicts in the region, and Kenya has actually distinguished itself as a beacon of peace and tranquility when it comes to matters diplomacy. Through IGAD, Kenya is involved in providing humanitarian aid for people in Sudan. We have pledged $2 million. That's about
Mwaura added that Kenya is only advocating for a peaceful resolution and has prioritized dialogue and pledged $2 million in humanitarian assistance. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
102.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust.
For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he'll not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dabdabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro.
I wonder.
Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject
over 60% of these names, or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
It's Tuesday. A look at what's happening on P Street this morning, and let's talk. It's a little bit, it's actually not a little bit, it's a lot clear this morning. Everybody's getting where they need to go. Not much of an issue right now. We have a little bit of traffic starting to form, coming off a thicker superhighway right around the Pangani underpass is the most of it that we'll see right now. Nothing happening either coming out of Westlands. A little bit of traffic will form there later. We know that. And then also as you come off of Mombasa Road, you're heading to the city, not an issue. And it's clear on the Eastern Bypass as well. We're going to keep things moving this morning, getting into this part of the week, and we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's Tuesday, and it's the 12th minute of the 6th hour. That's what I was trying to say. Okay. But actually, the way it came out is like I was saying it's the 12th of the month, but it is not. Talk again. Dennis. Okari.
You can't hear me?
No, I can't hear you. What's happening here?
Now?
No. Wait a minute.
You can't hear me?
Talk again.
Microphone check.
Very good.
1, 2. Nigonge.
No.
You know how we do it in the village.
Puliza.
Nigonge. Can you hear me now?
Sheesh. That took a minute.
Your levels will hit. What's the maximum there? 100 or what?
9.
I'll go have some decibels.
I'm telling you.
You're sure you can still hear me?
No, I can hear you. Everything is
Wasikilizaji, they can hear me?
Wasikili what?
Wasikilizaji. Now, watazamaji will be 7. No, saizi ni wasikilizaji. Watazamaji, yes.
What?
Yeah.
Sawa. It's good.
Viewers and listeners just.
No, viewers even say.
No, listen. See, you know a bit of Swahili.
I know a lot of Swahili.
A lot of Swahili.
Yeah.
So you know how they do it at KTN leo. Mpenzi mtazamaji. Mpenzi msikilizaji.
Yeah. Mpenzi is not love.
Now translate it to English. That's the whole point.
Mpenzi msikilizaji.
Mpenzi msikilizaji na mpenzi mtazamaji.
My love of
Karibu
what? Mpenzi is love, is it not my love?
Mpenzi, yes.
Mpenzi wangu.
Yes, it is. I've never figured why. You know, Swahili is so poetic and flowery, but I've never figured why mpenzi mtazamaji.
What does it mean?
Like dear.
Oh, dear listener.
It's meant to. It's meant to
it's
say
like my dear listener. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
But now mpenzi is.
There's love.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a little bit deeper than dear.
So we love our listeners.
Okay, that's where we're going. Very good. As you can hear, Dennis Okari is here, and so is Dennis Aseto. Me, I'm here as well. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's this June has me in a quirk. What's the date? 17th of June. That's where we are this morning. And you know what? Very, very many things are happening. And we're asking ourselves many questions as well. We've established that people, at least in this room, are fine. Lydia is there. Lydia and her dimples are greeting us this morning. You guys should see them actually. They are like
she's forever fine.
She's forever fine. Bas,
like fine.
They're like the 7th wonder of there is already a 7th wonder. There's an 8th wonder. So I guess Lydia's dimples would be the 9th wonder of the world.
And Evelyn's retro pants today. Perfect.
Yeah.
I've
not seen. You know, Evelyn is brief.
Yeah.
So when you see her like this, then you don't. Hi, Evelyn. Okay, so getting into it this morning, a number of conversations that we were going to have. Yesterday was an interesting day. I'm telling you, a day in Kenya nowadays is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is like a day. Yes. By the time you get to 11 o'clock in the morning, so many things have happened. By golly, by the time you get to 2 p.m., it has just gone upside down. And then by the time it gets to 7 p.m., you're like, is it still Monday? Yeah, all of this was happening in just one day. All right. So based on that, we'll have some conversations, won't we? Danston Omari is the counsel for one Constable Mukwana.
No, not Mukwana. This is Mukwana, it's Talam. OCS Talam.
He was even defending Mukwana Bona.
OCS Talam, I think.
There's another lawyer defending Mukwana as well, who actually spoke yesterday, Clinton Mwale.
Yes, they're together.
They're together.
Yes. They're all doing the thing. They're all
different courts, so he's juggling this court, the other court.
I think it's also interesting to note that Danston Omari just became a lawyer less than 10 years ago.
Yeah.
He just finished his law degree less than 10 years ago. He was doing something else before. You would have never thought.
What was he doing before?
He was a teacher.
No wonder.
What you mean?
No wonder. Either he was a preacher. Teacher now makes sense.
Yeah, so, and why do I mention him? No, you guys, Eva is here. Eve is here. You see what I mean? She's actually standing. She's not sitting.
Where's the camera?
It's so cute. It's really very precious to see.
We're actually almost the same side, no? Saji.
Eva is here, you guys. So, why were we talking about Danston Omari? Because he's going to be here with Irungo Houghton at 7 o'clock. And we're going to be looking at the next steps in this whole process and the questions that we're going to be asking. So, interestingly, when we were doing this yesterday, and we thought, okay, let's have this conversation in terms of what's actually to happen. And then, before it was 11 o'clock, before it was 12 o'clock, Eliud Lagat decides, okay, you know what? Maybe step aside and let this thing carry on. Okay. It still doesn't change the conversation in any way, because we will still have the conversation. And the question then becomes for us, we're saying, you know what? So people have stepped aside, people have not resigned. We still have the question of who killed Albert Ojwang, and how are we going to get those answers out? From a human rights point of view, from a defense counsel point of view, from a legal point of view, where are we going with all of this? So that forms the basis of our conversation then at 7 a.m. At 8 a.m., he was once the CS Devolution. At some point, he was the CS Defense, and now is forming alliances in terms of what's going to happen with the next round of politics.
In other words, ni cousin.
Cousin, yes.
Exactly. He's the cousin from the other what? The other side. But either way, he'll be joining us at 8 a.m. and the power plays and political realignments. Everybody's realigning, recalibrating, doing all those things. Eugene Wamalwa is a party leader of DAP Kenya, and he joins us at 8 a.m. We round off our conversations today around what is happening in the country. We're going to split and actually in the region. We've seen the things coming out of Uganda. We've seen the things coming out of Tanzania. So yesterday, President Yoweri Museveni of Uganda decided that military courts will then be civilians can be tried in military courts, but remember that the constitution of Uganda, and it was very clear that you cannot have civilians then tried in military courts. And then we actually saw the case of Kizza Besigye removed from the military court and was moved to civilian court, well, of course with the help of Martha Karua. Now, constitutionalism window
outside.
It's not just happening here, it's happening in Uganda as well.
I have a theory.
You have a theory?
Talk about it later.
You're going to share it with us. And it's interesting because in Tanzania as well, we saw some interesting things happening. Tundu Lissu under heavy military guard yesterday. And he says, you know what, I want to be able to represent myself, because it would appear as though my counsel, compromised in one way or another, is not going to give me the kind of defense that I need. And so questions arise in terms of, okay, so what is that essentially would happen with this? These are regional issues, but they point to constitutionalism upon the tenets upon which countries then are formed and built. And then we have to ask the question, where are we headed? Countries as regions. That forms the basis of conversations that we have this morning. We're going to have that with you, and we'll get into it today. Guys, you want to see the headlines today, but we'll tell you what that is in just a little bit. Before that, Dennis, what is our proverb from Rwanda?
From Rwanda, the land of 1,000 hills. Today it is all about he who doesn't flee the riverbank gets eaten by a crocodile.
Repeat that again.
He who doesn't flee the riverbank gets eaten by a crocodile.
I have a Swahili equivalent. Askisikia la mkuu huvunjika guu.
Goo.
There's another one. Putting my thoughts together.
Wiba kujidunga mbiu pole.
Yes. Direct translation. Yeah.
You can't just take yourself to a problem and then expect that someone will come save you. You must at least take care of yourself, pretty much.
Hang around. What interesting?
Is there a Nigerian equivalent to that?
I'm trying to think, because I'm thinking if you hang around the riverbank and you can see the croc there, if you don't move. You're gonna get eaten. So you can see.
Say it in pidgin.
Say it again in English, then I can do.
Okay. He who doesn't flee the riverbank gets eaten by a crocodile. Say it in pidgin.
God in heaven.
Oh, Gabros, go.
It's coming, oh.
It's coming. Riverbank. How do you say riverbank? Now water now. Man, when no go wrong, come off for water. Now in crocodile go chopper. Abi. If you not come off for water, crocodile go chop you.
Well.
Crocodile. Crocodile go chop you, go die. Abi. Abi Lydiah. How you see her? Not so. Lydiah don't agree. She don't agree. It's actually English.
You should have done those movies.
Abi?
Yes.
Let me tell you, if this thing that we're doing, that doesn't work.
I think your character in a movie would be
proper,
Crocodile go chop you.
Like that strict disciplinarian auntie.
I can be, isn't it? These people who, in fact, please, Dennis, these people who just mess with me, disturb me anyhow, they should know that.
Or a mother superior in a convent.
Convent. I look like I can be in a convent. Hey, remember Saturday?
No.
Saturday.
No. Saturday. No way.
Yeah. Why are people tarnishing my image? Me who, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, then it's me. Why are you trying to say things that are not?
A preacher, maybe.
A preacher?
Yeah.
I'm a preacher, man. There's a song. Okay, guys, I can see you guys are in the room. So, see, now we greet you and say hi to you really quickly. Then we're going to come and look into the headlines because they're quite something this morning. We're saying a big hello to you. Welcome to Tuesday and welcome to the Situation Room. It's D-O-D-A and N-O with you this morning. DND saying good morning. Don Sabo says the more cash is given to Albert's father by the broad-based government, it's an indictment on the government. How are you, Ndu, Dennis and Aseto? Do you know we have a recycle bin? Sindio, Eugene Oviambo, good morning. And you say, good morning, Spice FM team, the most authoritative newsroom in the country. Truly bold indeed. Thank you, brother, for always tuning in. Lovely to have you here. It's still spicy from Dallas, says Steve B. Jackson says, good morning, Spice FM. Coffee piping hot and looking forward. I know. Coffee piping hot for real. Robert Tobago is tuned in and says good morning from Mombasa. Hello, Princess Ndu, Aseto and Dennis. A sheep can't marry a wild dog. Okay. To keep other sheep safe. The wild dog will return to its very nature when it wants to feed. Okay, sour. Abuto says good morning. Tuned in DND. Very ready for Tuesday. It's Tuesday the 17th, not Monday. Did I say something? Did I say it was Monday?
No. So, online, somebody I think didn't sleep very well.
Somebody.
They have written Monday 17th.
Somebody.
Lydia.
Somebody.
17th.
Okay, so today is actually the 17th, Tuesday.
Yeah, not Monday.
Okay, so Haron says good morning to the team. Stepping aside is not enough. We want you to resign. How are we? Okay, General Lisa Mathenge says good morning, live from Mukunda, Indiani. Erica War is tuned in this morning. Lauda Phillips says good morning, our usual suspects in the Situation Room. You guys, are you a suspect? Double Dennis, Uko Ndu, wishing you a great day. Thank you so much. Jose Mahinda is tuned in. And Gore, beautiful lady, good morning to you. Mune Lisbon says, good morning from Sweden. I love Kenyans' demands for their rights. Cindy, hello, says Agola Mukopoa. And then you say?
Tukofiti.
Cindy, you say you are fine. Okay, Robinson Kisari tuning from Hong Kong. What's the need of stepping aside if the deputy is still the one discharging mandates? Good question. Good morning from Nairobi, says Pan-African. Good morning. Never hurt another woman. Find a way to support her, says Christine. Good morning, my sister. Hope you're well. James Kamau is tuned in from Texas and says, truthful man is coming for Ngemi Uriah. What are those? Christine says, there's content. That's why I listen. Christine, it's good to have you here. Hello, Ndu and Dennis Squared. When your goat trespasses into your maize plantation, you don't report it to the chief. Okay. Calvin Ochiena says, good morning. It will be a good it can never be a good morning when Lagat is walking free. Really? Sona says, hello, Spice team. Good morning. Did he step aside with pay? Oh, that's a good question. Lucky Okoh says, good morning. Dr. Venvik is also here. Lillian Mungai is tuned in this morning. Tibbs Muge is here as well. Irene Wanjohi, we see you watching from Mombasa. And Kavoy Felix says also good morning. Hello, Spice FM, says Zach. Okay, Rogers Lai tuned in. Sabalheri Nyote kutoka Mombasani. Mutuflani, good morning to all. Let us give Odrang's dad all the grace. Indeed. Lucky says we see you. Nyakundi says good morning. Fiery Red is tuned in, and you're joining in from Lagos. You're in Lagos. Where do you get agege bread? Let me tell you, if you're in Lagos this morning, before it even hits 6 o'clock, any bus stop, especially if you're in Ikeja, you will not miss agege bread, my friend. Look how Dennis is looking at me. You will not miss agege bread. Just ask anybody, especially if you're in Ikeja. Where are you exactly? Tell me where you are and I'll tell you where to go get it. Sonnet, good morning. Ben Yawide says good morning. Shem Ondera is tuning from Seattle. And Ati Danson was a teacher. Imagine he was. No wonder he's... Okay, where? Be nice, Agola. John Geshoki says good morning. Looking forward to a great show. Dancing is a true definition of dreams are valid, says Beatrice. That is true. Paul Mulemi, good morning to you. Thank you so much. You're so kind. Paul Jehia says good morning. Good morning, good morning. Aberi Bethwell, Jack Oera says good morning. Frank Tuff is tuned in. John Gishuki, thank you so much. Aya, Dennis Okari, you're looking good. You don't know the reason. Able tell us?
Sorry?
You did the thing that I did on Saturday yesterday?
No, I didn't.
You don't even know what it is?
A lot of water. No, it's drinking a lot of water.
It's water.
And sleeping well.
Okay.
H2O.
Oh, right. H2O will do the trick.
Yeah.
Sawabasi. He says it's water.
And some electrolytes.
I don't even know what to do with you.
That works.
Sawa, umeambiwa. Jay, I love you too. Good morning, good morning. Michael, good morning. Lamek is also here. Mali Kotia says good morning. James Duati, we see you. Resignation is not justice. I mean, rather, resignation is not justice. Leave alone stepping aside. Bas. Kevin Obanga says good morning. Ebrima says good morning. A beautiful team. You're Gambian by birth, Kenyan by choice. How about that? The only Gambian watching the show this morning is what you said. All right. Andrew Chira is also tuned in. Hey, Bas, they've even started calling me Sister Superior. I can pull off the nun thing. Tomorrow I'll come in a hobbit. A habit. What are those things called? Zizi Play says good morning, Kenya. Thomas Mburu is also tuned in. Alex Mwoki is tuned in as well. So many people online. If I didn't get to you, it doesn't mean I didn't see you. Everybody, Karibu Sana, thank you for joining us. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. We're on KTN live this morning as well. Karibuni Sana Nyote. Hey, did you hear that Kiswahili? Mm-hmm. I'm doing wella. All right, we're going to look into the headlines. Lydia has a thing she wants to do. Lydia, go. Okay, I'm not quite sure. Lydia. So we're looking into the headlines this morning, and let's look into them really quickly, shall we? It's on the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. What does it tell us? No. just resign. That's what's in the headlines. Even as Deputy Inspector General of Police Eliud Lagat announced that he was stepping aside following pressure over the killing of Albert Ojwang after his name repeatedly came up in the matter, public anger only intensified. Many now demand his resignation and prosecution. Like others already in court, Kenyans remain steadfast in their push for justice. They see through the familiar tactic of diffusing outrage with symbolic gestures, stepping aside only to be quietly reinstated later. And Kenyans have said what? Kenyans have said no. All right, what are the headlines are we seeing in the papers this morning? Looking into the Standard and those other pages. OCS Talam denies role in Ojwang murder. We know that he was brought before court yesterday. Mbatha Lagat bows to pressure and leaves office. Not really, but meeting State Force with care. How medics, lawyers and counsellors sprang to action. Rotten at the top, inside the deadly secrets of Central Police Station. And some of the things that we're looking at today, which came in the evening yesterday. Mukwana said, I was following my boss's orders. A man who said, if we're going down, Sisi wanted to nenda wapi? Thanks.
What I was saying kufa makanga, kufa dereva.
Wote, we are going down.
We thought that someone is implementing that idea. Kufa makanga, kufa dereva.
No, it was going to happen.
Yeah.
We said this.
We said it.
Sure.
Come on.
Somebody, when you start targeting junior officers, somebody's going to crack.
At some point, somebody's going to say, hang on a minute, why am I, me suffer alone? Yeah. Never. Yeah. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Amin blamed suicide in another police station killing 13 years ago. Apparently, it's not the first time he's done it. But okay. Gachagua credits survival to State Insider Network. He says, you see the way I'm like this every day telling you guys things? Kuna mtu ndani uniambianga vitu. That's how I'm still here, and they'll never know who that person is. But we'll give you the details of that story as we go along. Union escalates Moi varsity crisis in Parliament, and they've said that this university, as it's falling to bits, we can't just let it go like that. Let's take this fight to Parliament. All right, that's what the Standard is telling us this morning. Aseto?
Yeah, the Daily Nation as well is just giving us an account of how Lagat fell. Now, end of the road. Deputy Inspector General of Police Eliud Lagat finally yields to sustained public pressure and steps aside to allow for investigations into the killing of teacher cum blogger Albert Ojwang in police custody. What started with a defamatory post on social media now threatens to end the career of the police force's second in command, while stoking anger over extrajudicial killings and President William Ruto's regime. That story is in pages 2, 3, 4 and 5, as well as the images of Central Police Station OCS Samson Talam, as well as Constable James Mukwana, who did what? Spilled the beans. And dying for treatment, how SHA is killing kidney failure patients. SHA's new payment plan has turned what was once a manageable healthcare arrangement into a death sentence for thousands of vulnerable Kenyans. And state staffs learners with budget cuts to school feeding plan. Learners from poor households risk dropping out of school following a significant budget cut to the government's school feeding program. And Tehran residents to pay the price after attacks. Israel warns the matter is still ongoing and getting worse by the day. And it's Uhuru versus Gachagua in battle for Mount Kenya. Seems as though Uhuru and Gachagua all want to be the kingpin of the Mount Kenya region. We wait to see how that will go. And there is a Lagat-backed procedure on Ojwang complaint, as well as yesterday, Cabinet Secretary for Interior Kipchumba Murkomen gave a long address with regard to police reforms and all that needs to be done, including installation of CCTV in all the 1,209 police stations across the country, saying that all the other police stations that have CCTV cameras, it's because of personal initiative. So now they want it to be entrenched.
Actually, no, it's not, unfortunately. And I'm actually looking for the ruling, and I've been looking for it for some time. Yeah. But it was actually taken to court, and a judge said that it was necessary, and this is not, I'm sorry, it's not the CS's idea. It's not some grand thing that suddenly it's a new idea. It isn't. that a judge actually said a couple of years ago that police stations across the country needed to be fitted with CCTV cameras for this thing. So it's not a new thing. It's been said before, but as is usually the case, people just don't follow court orders.
Implementation is in this country zero.
So let's see if they'll actually do it this time.
Yeah, and I think that is said actually that is important is the need for community policing initiatives, the community and the police to work together. Yeah, so that trust can be entrenched.
Well,
yeah,
we shall what?
We shall wait and see.
Thanks.
Katika habari za biashara.
Oh, here we go.
Business Daily. Treasury bonds to earn local investors 851 billion. So domestic public debt surges to 6.12 trillion. Wealthy investors gain from interest rate jump. At the bottom, how Bamburi Cement paid parent company 27 billion fees. Some interesting stories actually inside the pages here, where Kenya is wooing Japan as a market option for its avocados as it pitches trade opportunities during the ongoing Japan Expo 2025 in Osaka. And then House team raises concerns over pension payout delays. So a parliamentary committee has flagged the relentless slowdown of pension payments to retired public servants amid financial struggles by the National Treasury. So the National Assembly Public Debt and Privatization Committee said the delays and at times defaulted pension payments are exposing thousands of retired public servants to undue financial duress. Yada, 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 yada. Okay. Timber, plywood dealers fight for access to Kiambu forests. The Kenya Forest Service KFS has been barred from locking out timber dealers from a tender to harvest trees in 2 Kiambu forests in a legal battle revealing cold fights between sawmills and plywood traders. In the courts, judge rejects City Hall bid to quit Kenya Power and paid 6 billion bill suit. So the Nairobi County government has lost the first round of a legal battle filed by Kenya Power Company after a court declined to pull out a case in which the utility firm sued the devolved unit for dumping garbage at its Stima Plaza, Mnakumbuka, within the city 3 months ago. So Kenya's leaky supply chain fuels rise in counterfeit drugs. So supply chain gaps and the uncontrolled rise of informal drug markets are driving Kenya's illegal pharmaceutical trade, which poses serious risks to public health and the economy. And then in Uganda, like you said, Uganda President Yoweri Museveni signs legislation that allows military tribunals to try civilians. Ghana has lost 11 billion to gold smuggling links to United Arab Emirates. Where? This thing has stretched now to Ghana.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Ghana is losing billions of dollars in revenue annually to smuggling from its booming gold mining sector, with much of the mineral flowing to the United Arab Emirates, according to a report by a non-profit organization, Swiss Aid.
Okay.
Habari ndio hiyo.
Nakwambia. Sasa, I was going to continue in Kiswahili. Look, when I'm put on the spot is when it all flies out the window. So let's just keep it moving. We'll take a break and then come back and look at these stories in detail as they form, isn't it? And then look at some of these stories actually, ones that we should just get into more detail concerning. Sawa. All right.
Room. The only way to start your day.
This is not an announcement. It's a fact.
To plant trees and protect our environment.
To drive mentorship and education.
To grow businesses with funding and training.
To share with our communities.
Since 2020, we've honored this pact.
As we mark 5 years, we renew it because all impact begins with a part. I&M Foundation, celebrating 5 years of impact, powered by I&M Bank.
Great!
This June, the biggest Club World Cup ever held is here. The 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. Recharge your subscription on your current bouquet for 2 months and get upgraded free to the next higher bouquet for 60 days. A competition across the continents. 30 action-packed days of top-notch football from 32 best club teams from around the world. Recharge your subscription today to never miss a moment of a competition like never before. On the move, download StarTimes On and watch every every goal, every moment, anytime, anywhere. StarTime Sports, beyond passion. StarTime, enjoy digital life.
Provides the inspiration for Leipzig.
Traffic.
It's definitely Tuesday. All right, let's take a look at what's coming off the Thika Superhighway. Traffic is crazy, bumper to bumper through from the Allsops Junction. And let's look at even before that, as you're coming from Githurai, it's starting to build and it's going to be heavy as you get towards a survey. Also, traffic on Kiambu Road is doing the thing right about now. And also, as you come out of Westlands, we'll see that there's some heavy movement on that. The Southern Bypass is looking good, free and clear through towards the other side of town as you connect with Ngong Road on one side, or go out towards Limuru Road on the other. The Eastern Bypass starting to build as you come through towards North Airport Road and then out towards the Cabanas Interchange. That is already starting right about now. So we'll get into traffic hour and we'll see how this all opens up, and we'll talk and keep things moving, won't we? Yes, we will, on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4
And it's still just 6:40.
Spice FM.
Like Okari said. 20 minutes to 7 o'clock, getting into it this morning. Okay, so the story that's on the front page of the Standard is one that everybody was like, okay, well, this is a request that was made, but in no uncertain terms. Everybody says, you know what, that these things should not be happening under your watch. And so the Standard this morning says, no, just resign. And folks are saying the point at which we get to is not working. That if you just step aside, what does that mean then for the office of the person who's taken over from under you? And that is somebody who's as your deputy. So the deputy IG has a deputy. Did you know that? And so this person is going to be taking over the duties while investigations take place. Now, while these investigations are taking place, as we get to the later part of the afternoon and get into early evening, one Constable Mokwana, remember now in the hierarchy of these posts, a constable is the starting point, isn't it? Now, he said, and which was unexpected, he said, you know, your honor, I want to actually change my testimony, which I had previously given. I was following my boss's orders, is what's in this story. The Standard has obtained damning witness testimonies that lifts the lid on an elaborate and chilling plot involving senior police officers in the death of blogger and teacher Albert Ojwang while in police custody on the 7th of June. According to a sworn statement recorded by Police Constable James Mokwana, who is now the key suspect detained at Capitol Hill Police Station, the fatal assault on Ojwang was premeditated, sanctioned by his superiors, and allegedly carried out under the express orders of the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Eliud Lagat. To facilitate the act, Mokwana claims he was given 2,000 shillings to give remandees. The money was allegedly used to buy alcohol for the inmates who were assigned to the task. Mokwana, who awaits a court decision on the 20th of June on whether he will be released on bond, made the revelations before Independent Police Oversight Authority IPOA investigators, painting a shocking picture of complicity, cover-up and coercion within the police chain of command. Ni amri kutoka kwa mkubwa, huwezi kataa amri ya mkubwa. Ukikataa, kuna kitu inaweza kukufanyikia, he said. It is an order from the boss. You cannot decline an order from your superior. If you refuse, something may happen to you. Mokwana quoted his boss, Chief Inspector Samson Talam, the Central Police Station OCS. In his detailed statement, Mokwana alleges that the plan to discipline Ojwang, which is what he said, was hatched hours before his arrival at the station during a closed-door meeting with the OCS and Deputy OCS. The OCS allegedly instructed him to identify inmates willing to rough up a suspect, who was to be brought in by officers from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI, later that evening. So according to what James Mukwana is saying, even before Albert made his way to the police station, the order had been given that there is somebody who is coming. Identify people here. It's just guys who were in the cells anyway. Identify somebody who's maybe 2,000 shillings short of an issue, and then let's buy some booze, essentially. And then what we need to happen to him is to rough him up a little bit, okay? That's the fella who's coming. So before he arrived, this plan had been hatched. Now, thereafter, he said, he told them, I want you to go to the cell and look at those who've been in remand for long. You know, those guys who've just been here for a minute. Tell them that there's work I want them to do. There is a prisoner to be brought in. Take care of him. Mukwana claims that the OCS Talam is the one who instructed him to do this. When the DCI officers arrived around 9:10 p.m. in a black Subaru with Ojwang in handcuffs, Mukwana told the IPOA investigators he was called and handed a phone. On the other end of the call was the OCS, who told Mukwana that the suspect had arrived. Remember, Mukwana was at the Central Police Station at this time. So according to this testimony, the OCS was not there. Follow me so far? Shortly after Ojwang was booked into the cells, the OCS allegedly called Mukwana, instructing that the beating should be serious enough to cause visible injuries requiring hospitalization. According to Mukwana, I called Talam and asked him the extent of the beating that was needed. He said, Mtu apigwe apate majeraha apelekwe hospitali. Okay? Moments later, Mukwana recounts four inmates, including Collins Iter, Gil Amiton, Brian Mwaneke, and Eric Dambuki, dragged Mukwana into the cells opposite the toilets. I could hear screams from the cells. In the statement, Mukwana portrays himself as a pawn in a system where refusal to obey unlawful orders could mean career sabotage or worse. This happened in the later part of Monday. This happened after Eliud Lagat, the DIG, had said he was going to step aside for investigations to continue. It seems to me that is another unexpected turn of events, just like the CCTV footage from Bagavi Hospital was unexpected that would be shown to the public. Because what it does is that it knocks out testimony that was otherwise seen as valid and verified. And we saw that over the weekend. And then Monday comes around and then Mukwana says, hang on a minute, I'm not going down for this thing because I didn't do it. So for all intents and purposes, for what he's saying, he was just given the order. They found the people, they did the business, and unfortunately, he died. He wasn't supposed to. He was supposed to be roughed up just a little bit.
You know, the Monday after this thing came out, we said it here, and I said I have two theories. I was looking at this testimony, or statement rather, of Mukwana with IPOA, qualifies what we've been talking about. And I said there are two things. Either this was a direct order to kill Albert Ojwang, or two, there was an order to discipline, in quotes. And then some officers, some overzealous officers decided, you know what? Wacha tuonyeshe boss tumefanya kazi. And they decided to inflict injuries on Albert, and that they didn't know they had gone too far, and it was too late. You can't turn back. And now, because suddenly this young man has died, let's stitch together a story. We piece this thing to we piece this story as we've always done. And the story has just died down quietly. Little did they know the noise that was coming from the public and how we've managed to sustain this story and keeping the story alive was going to pile so much pressure. And it was not anticipated that the CS was going to be in the Senate together with the DCI boss, together with the Inspector General, plus IPOA. So you look at the statements from the police spokesperson to the statements in the Senate, to now all the statements now that came out later, and all the contradictions and the inconsistencies point to a plot to just cover this murder. Yes. I mean, it was clear. So the center of this storm is the DIG, where we have that headline, the bold standard, no, just resign.
Just resign.
My concern is this, Ndu and Dennis. My concern is this. By Monday, IPOA had taken 23 witness statements. This includes people from the family members, police officers from Mawego and also Central Police Station, and the DCI officers involved in the arrest, though we're not told clearly who those are.
No.
Now, everybody is doing all these statements, but one man.
DIG.
Yep.
The DIG so far
No
has
statement.
not done any statement. And IPOA, when confirming that, yes, we've summoned all these people, but they said, and I quote this, I'm quoting the CEO of IPOA. He said, we would eventually summon Lagat, and explained that the investigation was being conducted in a logical sequence. Now tell me, does it require you to be super intelligent to know, let's establish this crime, motive, and everything else? So collects all these witness statements. But where is the source?
Yes.
The source is the complainant. Who is the complainant?
DIG.
The DIG. And the DIG, according to the CS Murkomen yesterday, he never actually reported this matter to any police station, as any normal citizen or any person would do to complain. There's no OB number.
If you were aggrieved, you go and you report, essentially call police.
Yes.
He didn't.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, we were not... A scarcity of information as to the mention of his name did not exist. Douglas Kanja himself on Monday morning, in the presence of Eliud Lagat, said the complainant here, not somebody else in a far-off land, right here standing next to me, the complainant. And I do agree with Nelson Harvey that Douglas Kanja actually did the country a favor by making the statement the way he did in that press conference, because you would have been none the wiser as to what happened. So my question is, what is IPOA waiting for? You have been told time without number that this is the person who allegedly may have given an order. Beyond that, this is the complainant, this is the person who had an issue, and everybody along the sequence is mentioning his name. Even until yesterday, when Mukwana is giving this change of testimony, his name is yet again mentioned. What is IPOA waiting for?
IPOA, this is what IPOA says. Let me quote IPOA directly. It's good to just, because all these things are just out in the open. IPOA says the reason they haven't started with the complainant, in this case DIG Lagat, is that certain facts are already clear.
Which ones?
Which ones?
We are not saying we won't investigate the complainant. Rather, we are following a specific sequence in how we conduct the investigation.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you a question. You are one of those security guys. Listen. In a murder where, let's say, a partner is killed, who is the first suspect? Yeah? Tell me now.
It's too obvious.
Who is the first suspect when you and I are in a relationship and then I'm offed? Who is the first person who is asked questions? Who is person of interest number one? In this case, it is clear who person of interest is number one is. But then you ask in fact, you're here, the person is looking at you, but you go around, you look for people in Finland, you go to Australia, and then still the person that everybody's eyeballs are on, you're not asking the question. I'm going to ask, what is IPOA afraid of?
There is the comment that was made here yesterday by Okoh Mtata that this is so that allegedly the IG is given an opportunity to piece up a proper evidence that will go in tandem with how he will walk out of the entire system, because in a normal occurrence the person of interest is the first person to be questioned, and then that statement is compared with every other statement as investigations continue.
But guys, listen, if you go back, just listen to what the DCI boss said in the Senate. He clearly said the person of interest in this probe is none other than the OCS Talam. Quickly,
in fact, he said he's suspect. He's suspect number one.
Suspect number one.
Yeah.
So quickly, the first person that IPOA starts to follow around is the OCS. So the question is, how then do we talk about independence when it's so clear that you're the person that you've been told is the suspect is the one you're following. You're not starting with the person of interest. In this case, the complainant is the one who actually went and made a call to the cybercrime unit.
That means if the wind blows in another direction tomorrow and somebody says, actually, you know what, if Douglas Kanja were to wake up today, or if Amin were to say, actually, you know what, the person of interest is my grandmother sitting on top of a tree, that's the person that you're going to follow tomorrow. Come on. Come on.
You know, because then again, one would even ask the DIG and the command and the control he has in the system and look at the juniors who went to arrest the guy. One would just trace it back to the DIG. So one asks the question, why is Talam the focus and not the DIG if he is the one who complained and allegedly even gave orders for this man to go get picked up?
You know, there's been this conversation, there's like a cold war between DCI officers and regular police officers. What I'm saying here, you do realize, guys, DCI is not part of what is going on here. Essentially, when you look at this statement, what Mukwana is saying, the call that he received from his boss and the boss who received from his boss and the order given was that you wait at the station, DCI wanakuja.
Wanaleta mtu.
Wanaleta mtu. So when the DCI handed over Albert, again, we're not told he was in what state. We're not told. So once the DCI handed over, now the blame is squarely on the police at Central. So DCI is not involved in anything going on here. All this shifting of blame, let's go back to the eye of the storm. Now, Mr. Lagat did not file a formal complaint at any police station against Ojwang regarding the alleged post on X. So no such complaint exists in an occurrence book, number one. It was a direct phone call to DCI, giving this information. I am complaining A, B, C, D, yada, yada, yada. Then quickly, they travel to Homa Bay, arrest Ojwang. They go to Mawego. From Mawego, they drop at, where was it, where they drank soda?
Narok.
Soda and biscuits. Then the next thing, Ojwang is at Central. So, the DIG has not written any statement. There's something Senator Omtata said yesterday that really struck. And he said, what he sees in all this is wait for everyone to make their statements, write their statements, do all this thing. Wait out for all this to play out so that by the time you're coming to write now your statement, you've got facts on your fingers. So you will know what to write. You'll know what to say. So far now we know that the person who's directly mentioned him is Mkwana. And that Mkwana was told by OCS Talam that hii imetoka kwa mkubwa. Mkubwa ni nani? DJ Lagat. And he was asked, unamjua? And he said, yes, ninamjua. So, for me to come back now to write my own statement, I have all the facts. I can write whatever it is that I want.
Okari, there is something that is really disturbing me. There is the subject of the DIG calling the cybercrime unit here, who then gave DCI officers. So, is that a bro code like Nisaidie, or is it an order?
Which one?
For the cybercrime unit to send DCI officers.
Ni simu imetoka kwa mkubwa. You know that's how it works.
So that's an order, no? Chini ya maji.
No.
I'm not putting you on the spot.
No. No, what I mean to say, because I know these things happen, and they happen a lot.
Yes.
It is a question of you calling your other colleague and say, hey, there's something going on here, help me out. Send some officers to do this thing.
Yeah.
And so what the DCI boss did is call the unit, and somebody was responsible now to follow through the case, or what you call in quotes the file.
Yeah.
Fuata your file, one vile itafika ni ya mkubwa.
But in this case, it's a file that has not been officially launched.
No, there's nothing official.
So that means this thing goes, if you trace it back, it even goes back to the DCI boss, you know.
You know
so
what?
It is a web.
You know what?
Everyone is involved in one way or the other.
Proper procedure was not followed.
Yes.
And now what is happening is that folks are trying to backtrack on actions which were, number one, they were illegal. Remember Nelson Harvey told us here that the practice, not even the practice, what goes according to the law is that if somebody is said to be suspected or of certain allegations, the first thing that the police are supposed to do is actually, first one, after the complaint has been lodged, you're supposed to make a phone call to this person and say 1, 2, 3, umeshtakiwa ju 1, 2, 3, and then after that, if necessary, a warrant of arrest is issued. Procedure was not followed. There was an order that was clandestine. It was clear it's now clear from all that we're hearing that is what was done. But now what we see is that folks are trying to cover up their tracks along the way, and somebody is dead. Somebody is dead, number one. He needn't be. Number two, now, after the fact, people have told lies, people have given false testimony, people have said things that didn't happen, others have not said things that actually did happen. And I repeat, somebody is dead.
Yeah.
And now we see all this cover-up happening, all this trying to make up stories. But you know what? The truth, hide it under a bushel, put it under the earth. For 10 years, 100 years, it will come out. The truth will come out, and I'm telling you, this life was taken before its time. Albert is telling us what happened.
Yes.
He's telling us what happened.
Although for me, what doesn't make sense, the Subaru that went to get Albert
at 9:10 p.m.
From Homa Bay, it was red in color. That was the initial report. The Subaru that went that dropped him at Central was actually a black Subaru.
So what we don't know is if he was dropped off somewhere with the red one, and then the black one is the one that went and picked him up and brought him to Central.
So we don't know. We don't know that so far. So you're also looking at. I'm looking at this statement from Kwana, and I'm also skeptical about a number of things. I don't have the facts with me, but I can question a number of things here. And one of the things is it's easy to track the call logs.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of conversation going on here on phone. There's money that changed hands, and there is another phone that was used to now communicate this. And apparently, there's a WhatsApp group that they were actually chatting with one another. Okay.
On the night of, according to what Nkwana said, Talam spoke to him a number of times. According to what he said, this can easily be tracked. If we're serious about finding the answers, we can actually find
the same way we track people to quote unquote arrest. It is the same way we can use the same infrastructure
to arrest.
Find out where Mkwana was at all these times. When he says he went home to sleep, woke up, went to have a meal, then he's having a conversation from industrial area. It's easy to just request for these call logs, find out if OCS Talam was indeed at Central or he was somewhere drinking water.
Yes.
With electrolytes.
Yes.
At a minute past 7. Good morning.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lau Obaga. Now, more than 700 non-compliant health facilities have been shut down, while 311 others have been downgraded in an ongoing crackdown. Health Cabinet Secretary Aidan Dwale said the closures are aimed at weeding out unskilled workers and restoring public confidence in the health sector. Dwale also announced that all regulatory agencies are now integrated into a system that ensures that only licensed health facilities and staff are allowed to operate.
28 ghost and fraudulent facilities have been closed. If you are a SHA contracted health facility, you must meet the highest standards and offer the best health quality services required. And we will go to all counties and all constituencies and all wards. And I really want to ask the Kenyan people to report two things. One, if they see a facility that don't qualify to be called a health facility, report those fake facilities, report those quack doctors and healthcare workers who are treating our patients and who are risking their lives.
Dwale has further pledged to end strikes by health workers as one way to ensure that medical services are delivered without disruptions.
And I want to thank our elders who made commitments on behalf of the pastoral counties and many other counties where people shed blood every day. We want to turn that into donating blood. If you have to do something with your blood, you're better off if you donate to save another life.
Unaenda kuchukua damu Nakuru na saa ingine ni damu mbaya. Ndio hata siku hizi unapata wasamburu wengine hapa sio samburu 100%. Wamewekwa damu yenye hazijui mahali imetoka.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has arraigned former Garissa County Government Chief Protocol Officer over claims of forging academic certificates to fraudulently secure employment and thereby pocket millions of public funds. Khadija Abdullahi Bare, who served in the county between 2017 and 2021, was arrested on June 12th and presented before the Garissa Law Courts, where she was charged with multiple offences, including fraudulent acquisition of public property, deception, forgery, and altering false documents. According to EACC, Bare used a forged Bachelor of Arts, Sociology and Political Science degree certificate allegedly from the University of Nairobi to land the role of Chief Protocol Officer. Deputy Inspector General of Police Elliot Lagarde says he has chosen to step aside from office following the mysterious death of blogger Albert Ojwang, pending the completion of an investigation by a POA. Lagarde was the complainant in the case that led to Ojwang's arrest in Homa Bay before he died in the hands of Central Police officers in Nairobi. Before Lagarde resigned, Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has hinted at Lagarde's commitment to ensuring justice for Ojwang's family despite his involvement in the killings.
DIG Lagarde is a seasoned police officer who understands what it takes to carry out matters of investigations and where or whether or not his conduct or act or position can affect that investigations. And I think we will, between the investigation that IPOA is doing and what he considers to be an interference, I think we will cross that bridge when we reach there.
Last Wednesday, the Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja told senators that Ojwang was under investigation after Lagarde reported his post, which alleged that DIG Lagarde was involved in massive corruption within the National Police Service. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
All right, so is it a busy morning? Let's take a look at the streets this morning, and traffic already started to build on the Thika Superhighway as you come into the city. It's busy as you come through towards Survey, all the way through towards Wangari Maathai Way, and then Muranga Road on the other side. The Eastern Bypass also flurry of activity, and it's taking us through towards North Airport Road and then the Cabanas interchange. Mombasa Road not looking too bad till you get to Cabanas, and then you're going to go out towards the Aseto roundabout with some traffic then in that general area, so that's busy. Huru Highway is still looking pretty good right about now, and Kiambu Road is starting to build, and we're also seeing traffic on Limuru Road starting to get busy as you get towards the city. As you come out of Westlands, it's busy as well. We're in traffic hour, well, almost there, but let's see what happens as we get into it. Keep things moving. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
Sugar and spice and everything nice.
Spice up your life. The weather with Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 9 minutes after 7 o'clock. Wherever you're tuned into the Situation Room, this is Kenya's biggest conversation. Ndu Dennis and Dennis with you this morning. And as we get into it, we are also with our audiences on KTN. So Karibu Sana. The IMF Foundation is saying, you know what? If you're passionate about creating a better future for Kenya, so are we. The I&M Foundation is a social investment arm of I&M Bank Kenya, and for the past 5 years, the I&M Foundation has been making a real difference, investing a significant 2% of the bank's annual profit, the highest commitment to the Kenyan banking sector, into impactful programs. And the highlight has been the leadership in environmental conservation. The I&M Foundation is dedicated to protecting our natural heritage through strategic partnerships and community-driven initiatives. Their work focuses on vital areas like education and skills development, economic empowerment, and enabling giving. So remember that these partnerships through us are forming a sustainable future for all. They believe in impact, and are achieving it through focused action. As we renew our pact to keep impacting, learn more about I&M Foundation's vital work and how you can potentially collaborate by visiting imbankgroup.com/foundation to learn more. Powered by I&M Bank.
And you know, in these tough economic times, sometimes you feel like nobody's listening, but I&M is listening. When you voiced your concerns over bank to M-Pesa charges, they heard you and they waived them. When you struggled with short-term loans, they also heard you and introduced a flexible 90-day option right on your phone. They're listening and they're responding because your financial well-being is the priority. Experience a bank that's on your side. Open your individual or solo biz account today via the I&M Bank On The Go app.
Fantastic. So, like we said, in the happenings around the country, one day is like 1,000 years, and in this case, a couple of hours, and you would think that we're going through many, many days. So, Monday, again, was one for the books, where we saw a number of things happening as concerns the case that grips the nation's attention today. And that is the case of Albert Ojwang and his murder. And who is responsible are the questions that are being asked. The calls for Deputy Inspector General of Police Eliud Lagat to resign, to leave office, were loud. And then yesterday, mid-morning, we saw that he actually did that. And he sent out a statement saying, well, I'm going to step aside and I'm going to allow my deputy to take over. And then the day had not even gotten to sunset, and we saw what would be damning testimony from one Constable James Mukwana about actually how he was involved and who gave the orders. We're going to be going into that conversation on justice on trial, law, rights and responsibility this morning, and we have two guests, sound gentlemen, who are here with us this morning. Irongo Houghton is the Executive Director of Amnesty International Kenya, and he's here with us this morning. We've looked for him even when he was beyond borders, but now he's here, and we're short of shackling him to the floor. But he's here anyway. Irongo, good morning.
Morning. My apologies for being AWOL or missing in action for the last days. No, okay, I'll be honest. Months.
There you go.
Yeah. It's great to be back on Spice.
Thank you so much for being here. Danston Amari is a man who's not slept since the 1st of June. Oh, even before that. He has not had shut-eye for a while, and we saw him very spirited in court, and he's also here to have that conversation with us, advocate of the High Court of Kenya, but representing a number of people in this current dispensation. Good morning, Wakili.
Good morning. The defense never rests.
The defense never rests, and the law is very clear.
Definitely for the favor of your client.
There you go. Karibuni both.
Aseto. Yes.
Dennis Aseto is in Rwanda this week. And we'd like to share the proverb from Rwanda. We'd like to hear interpretation from both of you.
Yes. And just a few things in Rwanda. Their national language is Kenya-Rwanda. They equally speak French, English, and Swahili. Now, in 1994, there is the genocide that happened in Rwanda. Over 800,000 people died. Continues to be a focal point in Rwanda. Hence, the reason why when you're in Rwanda, it's just the Rwandese people. There are no tribes or languages because you know what that happened. But then again, in that country, in Kenya, we wanted to see a laptop for every child. In Rwanda, it's actually a reality. Every child has free laptop provided for by the country. Now, our proverb of the day: he who doesn't flee the riverbank gets eaten by a crocodile. He who doesn't flee the riverbank gets eaten by a crocodile. Start with you, Akili. What do you make of that?
Crocodiles live within the water. What borders a riverbank? If you don't leave when the crocodile has targeted you, it will maul you. You will be meat, a dish for those crocodiles. Meaning that avoid unnecessary risks. Don't just take some risks. In law, it is called volentin and fit injuria. That if you have decided to put yourself in trouble, let nobody complain. It is your own problem. So we are being told from Rwanda as a country, if we see problems, let us keep away from those problems. Well, let us not plunge into the waters where the crocodiles are, and we know very well the crocodiles are there. This is our country.
Indeed.
How so?
So I was in Rwanda last week, actually, in Kigali for an East African Philanthropy Conference, and one of the things that I did after the conference was visit the campaign against the Genocide Museum. And this is a museum that I didn't know existed, but it was, of course, there is the Genocide Museum, which many people, including many Kenyans, have gone to. But this is a particular museum that looks at the role of 600 RPF soldiers who mounted the resistance against the Interahamwe and the Rwandese government at that time. And they did that from the parliament. And it's a story that's not well told, but I was really, I guess, moved by the courage that it must have taken to do that. I think what I get from the proverb is probably two things. One is that the danger is not only in the water, right? So once you're in the water, wrestling with a crocodile is very difficult. It's important not to lose your guard or to not be vigilant when you're out of the water, because that's the place where you can probably protect yourself most. So I think the analogy for Kenya, or the lesson for Kenya at this time, is really ensuring that we do not push this country to the brink. Particularly as we move towards the elections, that the electoral architecture is put in place, and then particularly I think for the subject of this morning, the criminal justice system is really in the dock itself. And I think what we have to say is that we need to see sharper reforms. We need to see deeper actions taken, not just by the National Police Service, but also by the Interior and by the independent offices. We can talk a bit more about that. I have a friend that says, don't ignore the lizards, for one day they will grow up to be crocodiles.
And they will eat you.
And they will eat you.
There you go.
And I think that's the same analogy of remaining vigilant, even if you're on the shores of a river.
Indeed. Wow. Okay.
You wouldn't think we could get so much from a proverb.
I mean,
these proverbs are deep.
Deep stuff, I tell you.
It can actually be a topic at some points.
Yeah. I don't know what Lydia is doing.
You will force us to stand.
Yeah, clearly. Lydia has insisted that we must sing the national anthem this morning. But we keep it moving regardless. Right? So, we're having this conversation this morning, and essentially, yes, justice is on trial, isn't it? I don't think at this point that there's a question about what happened to Albert, that he was murdered. He was brutally murdered, number one. That the people who did this to him, there are many questions up in the air in terms of what happened. And in terms of, are there the beginnings, or are we in the throes of a cover-up whereby those who would take responsibility for what happened to him are actually not taking responsibility? In terms of the rights of humans, whether they're dead or alive, those are very, very clear what they are. But justice is on trial here, and we are asking ourselves the question that how do we get justice to actually stand at the end of the day? We'll start off with you, Akili, because you are in court, and then you can also guide us in terms of what we can or cannot discuss, obviously. We, before the day had even ended yesterday, we saw that this thing had turned on its belly, and the gentleman who was suspect number one then gave evidence to counter almost everything else that we had heard just on Monday, and that this happened after we saw the stepping aside of DIG Eliud Lagat. How does that change anything so far, or is it just testimony that will then be interrogated further?
Well, two issues come out very clearly. There is a criminal act of murder, where there are two only elements where the law looks for. One, did a person die? What is called the actus reus. Yes, Ojwang is dead. So the next thing the investigators are looking for, was there malice? Was there planning? Was there premeditated death? Or it was a circumstantial incidental death? So the investigators must look for the evidence to show that before Ojwang was arrested and killed, there was knowledge and people agreed to kill him. That is the first burden. The second burden is whether Ojwang died in a police cell based on the circumstances found within a police cell. For example, Central Police Station, anybody who has bothered to go there, where the sentry is, as you come in, you get the sentry seated there. If then you are taken to a report office where your OB is recorded, the distance between the sentry and the main gate to the police, the main gate to the cells is around 15 meters. Then after the prisoner, this is a jargon the police use. Anybody in a police cell is called a prisoner. Okay. But English-wise, they are called either inmates or anything. Let's use the police term, the prisoner. The distance then, there is a holding ground, an open space where advocates will meet their clients, where families can meet their clients, where it's an open space. It is another 10, 15 meters in terms of circumference. Then now the corridor that holds the cells. At Central Police Station, there are 6 cells. 3 on the left-hand side, 3 on the left-hand side. Then there's a corridor.
On the right-hand side, okay.
The first cell at the left-hand side is for the ladies, women's cells, which is permanently locked. Every time the inmate lady, the prisoners' ladies are inside, that cell must be locked. The second cell following is for the children, which is permanently locked. The third cell is for the men. It has no lock. It is an open cubicle. The 3 other cells on the right-hand side are for holding men. They are not locked. They were intended to be locked, but they were not locked. Then the last part is the ablution side. So the question that arises, a man in cubicle 1, cell number 1, can walk to cell number 2, can walk to cell number 3, can walk to cell number 4, but he can't access the cell of the children and the cell of the women. So the question is it new that prisoners inside police cells kill each other? It's not the first time. just happened the other day. Is it new that prisoners, as they are called when they are in police cells, do commit suicide? So that is now one of the greatest puzzle for the investigator, IPOA, to get. Was Ojwang beaten by the people who are already booked inside?
Wakili, just a second, as you continue with what you're saying. So, in Mukwana's statement, he actually says, I pointed out where the suspect was when he was pointing out to, referring to Ngige. I pointed out where the suspect was when then he entered the cells and came out to the following inmates: Colin Sireri, Amiton, Brian Moneki, and Eric Ndamboki. They took the suspect to the last cells opposite the toilets.
Yes.
So which of these ones is referring to? Because there's the women's, there's the children, and then there's the men's.
Last cell, I said, the first one is women, yes. Second one is children, the last cell is for men. Mm-hmm. Then there's the toilet. That is what he's saying. Mm-hmm. The statement of Mugwana, and I urge the country to be very careful with such statements, that statement has not been put to cross-examination. Mm-hmm. That statement, once it is tested in court, that is when the veracity of that statement comes in. Okay. The IPOA will record almost 1,000 statements. Others will record statements based on what they have been instructed to do. Others will record statement based on what they saw. Others will record statement based on what they hear. The quality of the statement, the quality of the evidence in a criminal procedure is when that is put to test. Then the quality of that statement will also come if it is collaborated by others. If it is an isolated statement that was recorded when others who were present are of a different view, that statement now becomes just a statement. I am not trying to criticize that statement, but I'm only advising as a lawyer that for now, IPOA will be told everything. Okay. IPOA will be told everything. IPOA must sit, and I've given the scenario. One, the scene of the murder. And the reason as to why the law in section 385, 386, and 387 and 388 of the CPC demands that any death in a police cell, circumstances must be established through an inquest, where the first complainant that triggered this process comes and testifies. Then anybody who was around, anybody who has information, anybody anywhere is allowed to give evidence in an inquest. The magistrate goes to the scene. Very many Kenyans don't know the scene I've given at Central Police Station. Then a finding is made. This finding says, Omari, all the evidence leads to you as the probable cause of the death of Ojwang. The file is sent to the DPP. The DPP looks at that evidence. Is it enough? Is it sufficient? Does it meet the threshold to charge under the decision called the decision to charge? If yes, then the DPP now says arrest Omari and charge. What we are doing now is a reverse of what the law says. And it is very easy in such an investigation to find a cover-up. Because Omari will be arrested and be said, this is the killer. You cannot scream that arrest also so and so. But in an inquest, the public participates. Anybody who has evidence produces. And you saw it yesterday. We were raising it before the court that automatically this process is illegal. It is good politically that there are people arrested. It is good to keep the country interested that these things are going on. But the reality of the matter is that if, as it is, it proceeds, the killers might survive in the High Court when they raise the technicality that it was a miscarriage of justice.
Irongo, as we're looking at this, I think the question has come quite often, and we've asked, then why don't we see processes go as quickly as they normally would in another situation? And we've made the linkage in the last couple of days between when somebody else had, been murdered. Why do we see just such swift, and elaborate action? But here we seem to be people seem to be falling all over themselves to try and see reasons as to why questions are not being asked of certain people, the first complainant, for example, and things like this. Do we see that this flies in the face of human rights? And if so, justice on trial, then how does it get off the docks?
I think I think first of all we have to say that murder is a serious crime. It is obviously a homicide, and even if it is alleged that this was a case of manslaughter, there's the language of disciplining that has now begun to be introduced. These are still serious crimes, and given that it has happened in the custody of police officers and in a police station, it makes it even more serious. These are very grave crimes, so that's why you see the complexity and the attempts to cover up and the various dripping of information and the need for the public to remain vigilant and to continue pushing for this. And there have been some remarkable things that have happened over this last week. I think the release of the CCTV camera footage from Mbagathi was a major breakthrough. I think the speed at which Senate summoned both the cabinet minister, the minister plus the DCI plus the IG, these were important moments, and the amount of interest that the public have in this case I think is really critical. Allow me not to get into the intricacies of legal strategy with the defense counsel for one of the accused, and Dunstan
responded. They have not
responded. Not yet, yeah. We are at that stage. But he is representing one of the persons of interest in this case. And there is the question you asked earlier on, which is what is sub judice and what is useful for us to discuss. I want to go in two different directions, just responding to your comment. The first question we need to ask ourselves is we may now be a bit closer to what happened in that police cell. But obviously there are still questions about how this will play out in a court of law, and the court of law is much more important and powerful than a court of public opinion. But you need the court of public opinion to get the court to operate in the way that it should. But I think we are no closer to understanding why was he targeted. And I think African Uncensored yesterday did a bit of an interesting exercise of analysis where they basically looked at if Alfred was arrested alongside Kevin Mwindi for this false information charge that had been levied against them, and that they were somehow blowing the whistle on massive corruption within the police, and the defamation, as we heard from the Inspector General, was targeted against the complainant was Eliud Lagat. There's also the other name of a senior officer by the name of Joseph Chicher. The question, of course, is what happened to that information, and why were the accounts deleted prior to his killing. The hashtag Mafia Police is the one that I think most Kenyans have a lot of interest in, and if it is true that there is a cartel that leads to large amounts of money, I think 100 million shillings is the figure that we're hearing. So I think that line of inquiry needs to be focused on at this time as well. I'm not sure whether the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission is paying as much attention to this case as they should do. Maybe that's the first thing. The second one is yesterday we heard the Cabinet Secretary, the Interior Secretary, talk about terrorists and liken the people that went into the Parliament as terrorists. And I think as Amnesty International, we were dismayed once again that this language of terrorism, national security continues to persist in a context where I think what we have to recognize is the young people who were non-violent, who protested last year, were essentially very concerned about issues of governance. This has always, for us, been an accountability movement, despite the attempts by politicians and to some extent police officers who have tried to introduce violence and more radical extremist approaches. And I think the the other side to this conversation, besides the conversation around why was Alfred killed, is the question of whether the multi-agency unit, the DCI officers that were sent to pick him in Homa Bay were part of the agency, the multi-agency task force that has been set up, that has been responsible for the abductions of up to 89 people and 65 deaths last year. So I think that's the other inquiry that we need to follow up on, because I think unless we get into those conversations, then essentially we will be left with a case, which is important. And I think it's, I take the point Council is mentioning, that is talking about the need for the truth to come out in a court of law. But I think it's also important that we have the deeper reforms that are required to keep us in a space where we are confident that we have the leadership, we have the culture, and we have the operations that we see in the police force, that are the police service, that are lawful and they are governed by our constitution.
Now, Wakili, there is the aspect that you've brought up, which is on the matter of the process that is currently in court, and you say that with regard to what needs to be done, seems as though we're taking a different route, and that would mean this case would just fall on its face, which begs the question, if that is well known and it is out there, why then does it seem as though we are following a different route, knowing at the end of it all it's just going to fail?
Well, the state has two organs. There is the investigative arm of the state. That is the IPOA, the ESCC, the DCI, KRA, all those things. They do the investigation. It starts with a complaint. The DIG Lagat put up a complaint. And I want people to be very, very clear that there is no law that any claim must be put in an OB. We do every day letters directly to the DCI. And the DCI has no, for example, when a matter is reported to the DCI headquarters, there's no police station at the DCI headquarters. Those officers take up the matter, because once you do a letter to the DCI himself, Mr. Amin, he will appoint officers to handle that matter. So it's not true that you have got to do an OB when the DCI takes up the matter, especially when it goes to the DCI headquarters. I do them every other day. After the complaint has been lodged, officers are assigned to do the job. How they do the job, the complainant has no control on how they do the job. The officers do their job. One, if they do their job and commit a crime, they are held liable individually. Corporate responsibility, political responsibility is not found in any criminal law. The first time we have seen the concept nearer to political responsibility is in the Baby Pendo matter, where there is now, we are invoking the act, the international law of the command responsibility principle, that the commanders must take responsibility. And this one, it is very, very sad news to the public, because the public will want the DIG to be brought down. It will be almost impossible, because the command structure of the police, the DIG only communicates to the directors, or at the head office as the director operations. He communicates his directions to the regional commanders. The regional commanders will cascade that to county commanders. The county commanders will cascade that to the OSPDs in their region. The OSPDs in their region will cascade that direction to the OCS specific to where the issue comes. So that chain of command is going to be a big impediment from the point of complaint to the point of execution. The officers who did, if at all, carry personal responsibility, because the police have instruments we buy for them. A gun with a bullet, a baton, as the weapons and the handcuffs, as the weapons lawfully given to them to execute their mandate. Ajong was not shot. Ajuang was not handcuffed. Neither was Ajuang clobbered by either. There's a possibility it might have been a police baton, either not. So the question that we'll be raising anywhere in this trial is, was any officer given an illegal authority order to execute and kill somebody? If that the order was there, the officer could have shot. That is my analysis, and that's what we are saying. The process that most cases lose, and for the benefit of citizens, criminal matters, 90% are won because of failure to follow the Criminal Procedure Code, failure to follow the law as it is on handling of evidence. It is not on merit. Merit is Ajuang Albert is dead. If they poor, I understand they joined, they came to the office 2 to 3 months ago. If they do not follow due process, whether Ajuang is dead, it will die. Look at what happened at the ICC. One prosecutor called Moreno Camp did not follow the procedural way of handling the Ocampo 6.
No, Wakili, since we don't have IPOA here, I have a quick question because...
I think for a conversation of this nature, you would need all the
counters to be here as
we
well.
can wait for the court.
Yeah, because you keep referring to IPOA and you're with IPOA in court yesterday. I just want you to break this down for me because IPOA CEO said, confirmed that they haven't taken any statement from the complainant. And he said that they are conducting the investigation in a logical sequence. All right. And the reason they haven't started with the complainant is that certain facts are already clear. I want to ask you, as in this case, what I call you the defense lawyer, what are these facts that are clear on your end? Because we can't speak for IPOA because they are not here.
The only fact that is clear is that Ajuang is dead. That is not disputed. Scientifically, it has been proved by a pathologist that he's dead. 2, the cause of death has been established. Those are the only things that are clear. Others are investigatory in nature. And that is why Poa is right, saying they are going the way the matter started. I have no problem with that. And I agree with IPOA 100%. Only 2 facts are clear. The cause of death and that somebody was dead. They will take their time. And that's what I'm saying, they can choose who to start recording statements with. If it was an inquest, automatically the first person to be brought as a witness is the complainant. But in a criminal investigation, IPOA takes according to the way they want. Nobody regulates them. What I'm only worried is it a cover-up that is likely to get the wrong people in the dock, and we defend them, we acquit them, the way the Ocampo 6 left the dock because the procedure was not followed.
So as we look at these issues, Irongo, you spoke earlier about why the court of public opinion is important in these things, and that we see that fortunately or unfortunately in this case, that you really don't have to look very far for things to become revealed, that every day we get something new that comes about, and then that is essentially is fodder. But there are many cases around the world, Rwanda that you mentioned being one of them, that when we look at order of command, that usually sometimes, rather usually in some of these cases, you will find that somebody may be put on the dock, not because that they were involved in something directly, but because they did give an order. The Felicien Kabuga case is one of those, and it's a very famous case in the sense that, if somebody who is at a junior rank was given an order to do something, that the person who gave the order, whether it's alleged or otherwise, then is held liable. And we see that of an international nature of, in the event that such a thing would then come about, why don't we see a push And again, do we see that justice on trial here? Why don't we give a push for everybody along the line? We've heard, and like we said, IPOA is not in the room, so we cannot ask them why they have or have not. But it seems to be that it would just be a natural inclination to say, if names have been mentioned, if allegations have been made, then those individuals should be questioned with a matter of speed. Or no?
No. I mean, I think Kenyans are aware of the principle of command responsibility. It's been established for decades now. I mean, it's not just a key principle in criminal justice issues, but also in terms of conflict, where you have commanders of armies that tell army officers to go out and kill civilians or to bomb neighborhoods and so on, and the commanders are held responsible because that essentially is a dereliction of duty. It works two ways. One is they can be held responsible for acts of commission and also acts of omission, the failure to protect. So I think in this case this will be a very important principle to follow through, and this is why I think the DIG's stepping aside yesterday was so important, because I think once he has stepped aside, he can be summoned. I mean, I think he should have been summoned before he stepped aside, but I think it's now easier for them to summon him as a person of interest in this case and as a complainant. I think the other thing that we have to look at more closely, which is the broader culture of policing, and this case I think has just exploded so many things that we've been worried about for so long. The use of abduction, solitary confinement, and torture in the cases of the Longton brothers and Bob Jagge. The use of solitary confinement for the bloggers that were arrested over Christmas, for example. The extended detention of Rose Njeri just 2 weeks ago. All of these are factors in how I guess what happened in Central Police Station took place. And I think it's important for us not to lose sight of the broader trend. And I think there are about four that are really important for me. The first is this idea that you should criminalize the right to protest. I think once you start going down that road, then everything begins to go wrong. We're now hearing in this particular case, allow me, I said I didn't want to get into the case very directly, but I think there's an important point around the allegation that there are what police officers call cacheros, people who are informants, who are part of the criminal underworld that are paid by police officers to do their bidding for them, and that there is an argument that four of them were essentially weaponized against Albert Ojwang in the court, in the cells. Police cells. The second area, I think, relates to, again, this multi-agency unit that has been operating for the last year. And I think we can't lose sight of that because we have heard it from the President, the Inspector General, the Director of Criminal Investigations, that they are not responsible for the abductions and the deaths that we've been seeing. So the question Kenyans still have to ask is who was responsible, who is responsible, and is somehow this connected to what has happened to Albert. In our view, to some extent, as Amnesty International, we are saying that the situation has become so murky and so unclear that I don't think we can do this purely in the courtroom. I think we have to have a judicial or a parliamentary tribunal that essentially unpacks this, and they will probably need international support, the United Nations or the AU.
Houghton, now, when you talk about matters to do with the criminal justice system, it is not just at the purview of the judiciary, but let's look at how investigations start, the process of arresting, documenting all these, and even just how we handle evidence. The police is very integral in a justice system that works. Yesterday, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, Kipchumba Murkomen, gave a speech on police reforms that would be coming to place. And some of the things he talked about include installation of CCTV cameras, digitizing the OB, there is community policing, regular audits. But we are not lost from the start of the Kavuludi Commission with the police reforms and how far the country has come with regard to that. But then again, it seems as though the police is retrogressing and going back to the old days of a police force. So how do we then ensure as a public, as lawyers, as civil society, and as a country, that police serves as expected and that they play by the book? What will it take for us to see a police service that is working with the people?
So when the Kenya Kwanza administration came to power, they declared that they were not going to create a police state, that they were not going to weaponize the police service, that they were going to essentially restore the professionalism in the police service. And many of the leaders within the Kenya Kwanza had actually suffered at the hands of, I guess, what we used to call, actually now they've come back, is Kamata Fridays. This idea that you can terrorize people using the instruments of the police. And I think what we have to recognize is that we have found ourselves back at that place. And therefore, there are a number of things that need to happen. So I did listen to the Cabinet Secretary yesterday afternoon, and there are a couple of things that I thought that would be useful as they think through the deeper reforms that are required. The first is the independence of oversight bodies is so critical. I mean, if we had not had the Independent Policing Oversight Authority in this moment, despite all the concerns we have with its capacity, imagine where we would be, right? I mean, who was going to police the police, right? So I think it's important that we return to the IPOA Act and we make essentially 3 amendments. The first is that we give IPOA the capacity to arrest. Right. The second is that we expand their jurisdiction, not just for police officers, but even officers of the Kenya Forestry Services and the Kenya Wildlife Services. We also need them, I think, to have a capacity to be able to hold KDF officers, because we have a situation in this country at the moment where the army is actually being used for civilian, what are traditionally civilian duties. We cannot forget that we still have the KDF deployed since last year. And if they're going to continue being part of the law enforcement architecture for domestic matters, then IPOA has to be responsible and provide oversight over that. So that's the first area. The second one, I think, this one is really tragic. We have a lot of Kenyans very concerned about the finance bill, and today there is potentially another demonstration that's been raised now. Of course, it took a different focus because of Langat, but I think it's important to recognize that in the finance bill, the amount of money that is being allocated to one of the most vocal and active of the independent offices and the constitutional commissions is just 0.5 billion shillings, and that is the Kenyan National Commission on Human Rights. Let me just contrast that a little bit. The National Gender and Equality Commission is going to receive 0.6 billion. Now, if you look at the weight of the mandate, I don't want to compare them, but I think it's important to recognize that the institution that has been most active in terms of documenting, abductions, deaths, and essentially educating the public and the government on what's been happening is the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights. Their budget has been slashed. The police, on the other hand, have a budget of 127 billion. So that's almost 200 times bigger than what the Kenya National Commission will receive this year. So I think, as the minister thinks about reforms, I think thinking about where the money needs to go, the resources, is critical. The third area, and then I'll come to this in a minute, is I don't think we as Kenyans will have confidence that justice has been done until we see officers held accountable for the abductions and the killings of Gen Z protesters. I mean, that is inescapable. When the president talks about accountability, this is the litmus test that the Interior Ministry and the National Police Service and the oversight authorities, this is what they have to do. They have to essentially not just disband the multi-agency unit, but they have to hold officers accountable for essentially serious crimes committed under our laws. I think these would be the issues. Now, of course, digital OBs, CCTV cameras in all the police stations, these are important investments to make. Training and retraining is very important. But the problem, that we saw in Central Police was not the absence of a CCTV camera. It wasn't the absence of a digital OB. It was the deliberate, avoidance of any documentary evidence in terms of how Albert was processed between Saturday and Sunday.
Wakili, I have a question. Actually, 2 very quick ones. Yes. And I would wish to get direct answers. I know you represent one of the clients, who is again at the center of all this, OCS Talam. But you, in your earlier statement when you started, you said the court will be weighing two things. One is establishing whether there was planning and premeditation of this murder, or 2, it was circumstantial. In your reading, what are we looking at here at this particular moment with the evidence we have so far and the statements we have so far, including your client's statement? Number two, you also said that a case can easily, for lack of a better word, flop because of a technicality. These cases we are looking at it so far because this case represents many other cases of many people who actually killed in police custody. This is just one of them. In this case, as the court is hearing all sides, what, in your opinion, is a technicality or technicalities that can actually end up creating what you'd call a miscarriage of justice?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I will not be discussing elements of my client's case.
Yes.
There is a advocate client's confidentiality. On the question of what is likely to be the Ocampo fiasco, where the real culprits go free, is when the agencies that are investigating, IPOA, fall to pressure of something called the public interest. And they bring people, because people's names have been said, bring Omari to court. What happened during Jesus' time. That if we will bring the people, because the public, which has no investigative capacity, to court, I'll assure you they'll walk out free. Let the due process, let investigations be done. There is nothing called a hurry. Members of the public, investigations are complex. Don't expect somebody to be charged tomorrow. But once the pressure, and my good brother knows how they push that pressure, once the pressure mounts, you'll find a wrong person brought to court. It happened at the quarry, where some women were found dead and their breasts cut. Pressure mounted all over the country. The people were arrested. That thing became a fiasco. In my own view, I think the investigators they know what the due process is. Let them take their time. Let them tell the public that it will take time. It is not only in this country. Complex matters take time before somebody is arraigned in court. It is global. Because a court of law is very, very different from a court of public opinion. My other view, I'll ask my brother here. As we are paid to defend, the state does not have the feeling of the person who has died. The state works because it is created to work. Yesterday, the civil society, and the other day we were in court, they abandoned the family of Ajuang. Nobody. Because the question is not on the streets of Nairobi. The question will be in court. That is where the temple of justice is. I wish I was not a defense lawyer. I could have come in to put the position of Ajuang Albert in court. The civil society kept off. The Law Society of Kenya kept off. Everybody kept off. But they were at the city mortuary demonstrating over the death of Albert. My appeal, as we defend clients, justice must be dispensed. And justice is when the family of Ojwang has equal representation.
So are you saying that what needs to happen at this point, and that we don't see that, is that there is no demand that the killers of Albert Ojwang are then brought forward and charged? There's no demand?
The demand is being bed in a fora that has no jurisdiction to make that order. The demand is in court. The evidence to nail who killed the person is not on demonstrations.
How does that need to happen? Because what you're saying essentially, Wakili, is that we're all here and there's conjecture flying around. If I'm not wrong, there's a lot of conjecture flying around that it is clear that Albert Ojwang is dead, number one. What else is clear is that somebody killed him.
Yes.
Right? But we are saying that there is no complainant who is coming forth and saying, find the person who killed Albert.
The complainant is the state.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, in an adversarial system, the burden of proof of murder rests with the state. The state is such a big mongrel that has so many things to do. That is why there is the Victims Act, where my good brother and civil society comes in. They assist the state. The Kenya Human Rights Commission, that my good brother is seeking for more resources, could be coming to give more evidence to the state. They have a right to address the court. They have a right to bring these issues we are raising. In court now, what is left is the fourth estate, the media. It is the media that has no audience in a court of law. My appeal to civil society: come and watch brief, come and represent the family of Ojwang, because our theories will be theories to exonerate. We are trained to get the theories and the law to exonerate our clients. It is unfortunate. I am a Kenyan. I am a father. I am a husband. To see a young man lose life the way he lost life. And that is what I'm saying. As a Kenyan, I condemn the death of Ojwang. And I'm appealing for those whose mandate is to defend such vulnerabilities. Come on board, assist the state so that justice is done. I have no problem if my client is convicted if he did that issue.
Does the state need help, Erongo? In this case, is what we're saying. Wakili is saying that, well, that's great, but the state seems to have too much to do and then we can't be able to represent.
No, my colleague is so passionate in representation of the victim. I'm not sure whether he's going to shift his attention from his client to the victim's family. I mean, that may be the other
For now,
option.
I cannot change because I've taken our instruction. You come on record.
With a light touch.
Yes.
I think, let me just reassure Dunstan that there will be representation, I think, for the family. So that's going to happen. And it's a good point. You're making ultimately a good point. I think the other thing that we should not lose sight about is, yesterday's, and I think you read it this morning, the statement by James Mukwana essentially says that he was instructed by OCS Talam on the instructions of the DIG. So that linkage, I think, will essentially, we can expect at some point DIG Lagat to have his time in court, essentially to plead his innocence or to lead, I guess, to inform the case a bit more. So I suspect that the DIG will this is not the end, but the beginning really of his involvement in this case from a legal perspective. I think the third thing that I wanted to just very quickly say is the family of Ojwang continue to be supported by many of the young people. I think one of the things that really struck me over the weekend was his comment about he has lost a son, but he has found many children in Nairobi, and many of them are Gen Z leaders. And I think let's not put words in his mouth that he has been abandoned. He has actually felt the support of the Gen Z. My last comment, I guess, because I think we're at the hour, is today's demonstration. So I don't know if you'll allow me just to do a couple of things, because I do think in moments like this we do need to provide some guidance so that people don't get, I guess, subjected to excessive police violence. And again, this will further complicate the reputation or smirch the reputation of the police service. So there are a number of things. I think there are some do's and don'ts for the protesters this today and in the weeks to come. The Law Society of Kenya have shared some of these. It's important that the protesters remain peaceful, that they have marshals, they respect not just bystanders but other counter-protesters that might come, and can't look out for these cacheros or these goons that are now being used to create violence, and essentially citizens' arrest of those goons and handing them over to the police is what should happen. For the police, this morning Amnesty International and the Police Reforms Working Group will be releasing 7 guidelines to the police. They include things like, for example, it is the right of Kenyans to assemble. It is the right of Kenyans to be protected while they're in the process of protests. There are several cases that have been adjudicated, and we have rulings from the courts that essentially govern how the police can behave. So, for example, the use of masks, hoodies, and the absence of service badges, that is unlawful. The excessive use of tear gas and batons, that is unlawful. The ordering of police officers to break the law, in sense by committing acts of violence, that is unlawful. So it's very important for the commanders that are responsible for managing the peaceful protests over the next 2 weeks, that they essentially read some of those judgments again, because some of those judgments are now beginning to look for individual liability for commanders that give unlawful orders. And for the police officers, I think one of the things that we have to draw from this terrible case of Albert Ojwang is that when you are brought into a court of law, when you are summoned by the IPOA, you go there as an individual. So whether it be the officer Mukwana, or whether it be the OCS Langat, or whether it be the DIG, the OCS Talam, or the DIG Langat, they are there in their individual capacity. They are not representing the police, and they will be held accountable, exonerated or convicted on the basis of their individual responsibility for what happened to the late Albert Ojwang.
As we wrap this up very quickly, I think what is on trial here is not just this particular case, but that it's the fears of people of what has happened previously that has gone unadjudicated, has gone unannounced, has bodies floating on rivers. This is the case. This is really this is representative not just of one man who died brutally, but things that have been happening historically, that for which Kenyans are saying must stop. And if this is what it's going to take to put people in a position of accountability and responsibility, then so be it. The fear then also is that this will be another case where we're already hearing the rumblings of cover-up. Are we going to see another situation whereby somebody may be put up who didn't do this? Are we going to see another case whereby this will go through supposed process and end up in something that then just disappears? It's a fear, and we have to say it because it exists in the hearts and minds of many people. It's 5 minutes after 8 o'clock, and we want to thank both of you gentlemen for being here this morning. These are conversations that don't end, but they must continue. And even as we do, it's a wait and see, but we must be involved in these conversations. Dan Sinomari, Irongo Houghton, thank you for being here this morning. Asante Sana.
Thank you very much.
Good morning at 5 minutes past 8.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This is not an announcement, it's a pact.
To plant trees and protect our environment.
To drive mentorship and education.
To grow businesses with funding and training.
To share with our communities.
Since 2020, we've honored this pact.
As we mark 5 years, we renew it because all impact begins with a pact. I&M Foundation, celebrating 5 years of impact. Powered by I&M.
Oh, great! This June, the biggest Club World Cup ever held is here. The 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. Recharge your subscription on your current bouquet for 2 months and get upgraded free to the next high bouquet for 60 days. A competition across the continent. 30 action-packed days of top-notch football from 32 best club teams from around the world. Recharge your subscription today to never miss a moment of a competition like never before. On the move, download StarTimes on and watch every goal, every moment, anytime, anywhere. StarTimes Sports, beyond passion. StarTimes, enjoy digital life. Provides the inspiration for Leipzig.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human, everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, "Sitaki kuongea today." Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
All right, quick look at what's happening with traffic now, and it's still heavy coming off of Thika Superhighway, but it's contained now to right around Survey, where your service lanes come to an end, and also then as you get into the CBD coming out of Westlands, I think we're seeing some traffic then starting to build. Lower Kabete through towards Spring Valley, very, very busy, and it's also busy coming in on Limuru Road, coming in from Ruaka, past the Village Market, out towards Wangari Maathai Way on this side, and then Muthaiga Square on the other. So that's doing the thing. It's busy there. James Gishuru, as you cross over towards the Red Hill Link Road, is also busy. Gong Road has some traffic here as well. But the Southern Bypass looks good. There's your easy route into the city and your scenic one as well. Keeping an eye on all of this, let's try to keep things moving, and we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.
This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, and if you're tuned in on KTN, Karibu Sana, and our live streams are up and keep streaming on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. If you tune in terrestrial radio around Kenya and indeed around the region, Karibu Sana. At 9 minutes after 8 o'clock into the third hour of our conversation this Tuesday. And of course, I'm going to ask you the question: if you're passionate about creating a better Kenya, a better future for Kenya. Well, if you are, so is the I&M Foundation, the social investment arm of I&M Bank Kenya. For the past 5 years, the I&M Foundation has been making a real difference, investing a significant 2% of the bank's annual profit. It's the highest commitment in the Kenyan banking sector into impactful programs. So the work focuses on vital areas, and the leadership is in environmental conservation. And that's what we highlight today, as well as other areas like education and skills development, economic empowerment, and enabling giving. The I&M Foundation is dedicated to protecting our precious natural resource through strategic partnerships and community-driven initiatives, ensuring a sustainable future for all. They believe in impact, and are achieving it through focused action. As we renew our pact to keep impacting, learn more about I&M Foundation's vital work and how you can potentially collaborate by visiting imbankgroup.com/foundation to learn more. Powered by I&M Bank.
And if you're trying to save or are thinking of saving, but you're finding it very difficult to start, and you're wondering where do you go, and what about when you need to buy something today? Well, I&M Bank has you covered. Achieve your dreams with the Fikisha Gold Savings Account, the easy digital way to save for what matters most. And for your immediate needs, use I&M's Buy Now, Pay Later, purchase items from your favorite stores now and pay in affordable installments. Save for tomorrow while living comfortably today. Get started now. Open your individual or solo biz account today via the I&M Bank on the Go app.
And there you go. And we get into our conversation for this hour. And in the hot seat this morning is the party leader of DAP Kenya, Eugene Wamalwa, and he's here in the hot seat this morning. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you doing?
I'm all right, thanks.
Karibu Sana.
Asante.
You've been busy.
Yes, we've been up and down.
Yes.
Touring the country and listening to Kenyans.
That's interesting that you say listening to Kenyans, yes. Because I think, and I'll ask you one of those first questions when we come back, because then we want to know what you've heard that Kenyans have said. We'll get into that in just a minute. Dennis is in Rwanda this week and has a proverb, and we'd love to get your interpretation of it.
Yes, and in Rwanda, a country with a population of 13 million individuals, and it is a country that since 2008 has been plastic free. They have a no plastic policy that is being implemented strictly, and as well as they have the Umuganda, which is a monthly meeting where residents come through, clean the cities. The reason why Rwanda is considered to be one of the cleanest countries, not only in Africa but the world, the economy is doing well due to intentional decisions and policies put in place by the President Paul Kagame. And our proverb today: he who doesn't flee the riverbank gets eaten by a crocodile. He who doesn't flee the riverbank gets eaten by a crocodile. What do you make of that?
I think that is very applicable to what's happening in Kenya today. He who doesn't flee from the police gets abducted, alleged by the police. They become like crocodiles, predators. I think it's a very apt application of what's happening in Kenya today. Yes.
Well, there you go for an interpretation. It's interesting as we see that it's always you're able to apply things so quickly. Power plays and political realignments. Who's fueling 2027? That's a conversation that we have today. And it seems, Eugene, that even as we go into every waking day, there is always something that is going to contribute to somebody's political play. Right now, it's the questions of who is policing the police and who is essentially giving orders or holding or demanding control. And that plays heavily on the politics of the day. You mentioned something and you said we've been up and about and we've been listening to Kenyans. What have you heard?
One town. We were in the east, went through Kitui, Machakos, finished in Namakweni. They were saying one town. We went through Taita Taveta, went to Kwale, Kilifi, Mombasa. They were saying one town. I was in Western recently, and there's a reason why Kenyans are saying one town. They would want this bottom-up regime that came up with a so-called better bottom-up economic transformation agenda. They were supposed to make lives better for Kenyans. If you ask any Kenyan today, including those in these premises, if their lives are better now, 3 years later, after the bottom-up regime, they'll tell you our lives are not better. Our lives are bitter. Anyone with a pay slip are bitter Kenyans. Everything being taken away, almost 50% of what you earn. You become like a slave of this deed. So why Kenya are saying one time is that they want this to change. They would want these punitive taxes, the housing levy, the SHA, everything that's been taken away. Then looking at how even that money is being used. The housing levy now, they have actually taken away more than they need from Kenyans and more than they can absorb in the construction of these houses. What are they doing now? They're splashing this money in the counties, trying to woo the governors. We'll give you a market here. We'll give you a market there. That is not why that fund was created. It's for constructing houses. Now they're constructing markets. They want to extend that money to something even more. Amenities, putting up stadiums. And God knows what else they're using this money for. We've heard of empowerment programs. People going with sacks of money to woo the youth, the women, without declaring the source of this money. So these are some of the things when you look at what's happening in the country. You look at the education sector, the failed university funding model. You look at the health sector, the mess. And everyone is saying, no, they can't wait for this term to end. And the corruption, the tribalism, and everything that's happening. I think it is something that has reached every Kenyan homestead now. You're feeling it. The cost of living. And now you come to what is happening currently. The country actually has submitted themselves to a government that's supposed to protect them. And the cardinal duty of any government is really to protect the life and properties of its citizens. But when that guard who's supposed to guard you becomes the predator, then there's a problem. No one is safe, and not just the Albert Ojwang's family. Many families have lost their loved ones. And from 2023 to 2024 up to now, those abducted, those who have disappeared, those who have been killed at the hands of the police, I think it is something that has reached to a level where Kenyans are saying, one term, let them go, let's find a better government to come in. Yes.
You've mentioned the problems that Kenyans are going through, which is true. My question is, are you and, in quotes, your cousins riding the wave of what Kenyans are going through for political survival and personal interest, or are you really coming with solutions? The head of state the other day said, and maybe we'll get into the details of that a bit later, he made the statement that he will not hand over power to people who have no agenda, you have no solutions. Do you have solutions to the current issues that Kenyans are facing?
We do, and we've been very, very clear. It's not that we love William Ruto less, but that we love Kenya more, and we know that it is his policies that have made lives more difficult, including the punitive taxes that he has been raising right from the Finance Bill 2023, where we as Azimio leaders went on the streets to protest. Starting with the doubling of VAT on fuel. And you ask anyone working here when they last had a full tank, you find that many middle class are really sorry. The payslip has been totally drained. And the middle class is really what holds a country. And if you kill the middle class, it's like killing the goose that lays the golden egg. And this is what is happening. People are driving in empty. You are in quarter. But last time anyone had a full tank, there are very few. They are struggling. Once they double VAT on fuel from 8% to 16%, that's where the rain started beating us. And many other policies, punitive that have come, including the housing levy. These are just policy changes that were made by the bottom-up government. These are policies that can be reversed. And we're saying as the incoming government that the executive order number 1 would be to abolish this housing levy. You look at how the money has been utilized, the lack of accountability, some of the things they have created, like the Hustler Fund, that were very opaque. 6 billion of Kenyan shillings went down the drain. They can't account for this money. They came up with something called the G2G, the oil deal they did. Global crude oil prices have dropped, but fuel prices in Kenya are still high because someone went out there to Dubai, locked a deal that was extended from December. Now we continue being locked in that deal that is benefiting a few, but Kenyans are suffering as long as their fuel prices are still high. So we have all these things that can be reversed through the policy changes, brought in policy changes that can be reversed, and we intend to do that, starting with Executive Order number 1, discarding the housing levy, and looking at this SHA thing. NHIF was working. It had challenges. Experts that we have, some of them whom were working with the previous regime, are saying this system could have been fixed at a lesser cost than the billions they put into this SHA thing, and the mess that they have created, the changes they've brought in the higher in the education sector. So all these are policy changes that can be easily reversed, and we have a plan to do it. What we can tell Kenyans today, what will be more difficult to change, is the diplomatic image of this country. To me, the reversal of the education, health, and other sector policy changes will be very easy. But the damage that has been done to Kenya's image regionally and internationally, just come into our region, look at what is happening in the Sudan. And as the opposition, we have been saying, this RSF, these are the Janjaweed. These are, we used to hear of Mujahideen. You used to hear of these groups. Now, here are the Janjaweed, who are just our neighbors here. They live here in Nairobi with us. They come here to form a parallel government. And we strain relations with Khartoum. And obviously, because of gold deals we are doing, smuggling gold from Sudan, and using Nairobi as an export point. Then we're also doing deals with them to bring in smuggle arms into the Darfur region, into the hands of RSF. This has now been exposed. Kenyan ammunition has been found in the hands of the rebels. Our friends who came to Nairobi to form a parallel government against an existing government, and not just Sudan, DRC. What have we done in Kinshasa? We've taken sides. We brought in this Congo River Alliance, the rebels, M23 rebels. This is their political wing. We host them in Nairobi. And they are the ones who want to overthrow the government of Tshisekedi. What is happening in the region? Kenya used to be the stabilizer of this region. Now we have become the destabilizer of this region. The damage that has been done to our diplomatic image is serious. That would take quite a while to repair, but it will also need a very experienced team. And I can tell you, in our team, we have two deputy presidents, the 10th Vice President Kalonzo, we have the second deputy president. We have those who have been involved at senior levels as ministers, including in diplomatic engagements. Our foreign policy is in a crisis.
All right. Eugene, you say that your team has solutions, should they, from government in 2027. But then again, there is the aspect of the policy that you say William Ruto has put in place are things that could be challenged even in Parliament. Your team has members of Parliament who can take these policies through questions before the House, through bills, and in the House. Why are we not seeing them take these complaints to the National Assembly and fight it there? And second of all, you say your team seem to be having a solution. But then again, a Kenyan out there will just say, these are just the same politicians saying the same rhetoric with no difference. Why would anyone, what their sort, listen to you, hear you, and say, you're coming in with a solution?
I think they would look at our record. Finance Bill 2023, when we double VAT on fuel, introduced most of these taxes. Who stood with Kenyans? The Democratic Action Party of Kenya, of Eugene Wamalwa, stood with Kenya. We are the only party that voted 100% no.
But Rigathi Gachagua was in that power.
No. I'm talking about my party. Rigathi Gachagua was in government then. Now, my party voted no. The Wiper Party and other parties, ODM, voted no. We went to the streets. We protested. We just didn't sit back. We fought for Kenyans. 2024, when the Gen Zs came up, my party, the Democratic Action Party, when you look at the Hansard, we are the only party that again voted 100% no to the Finance Bill 2024 that caused the spilling of Gen Z blood. So we're not just talking. We have acted, we have come out, we have come to the streets, we have fought in Parliament with our colleagues in Wiper. And when you look at the record, it will show that we had 88 members of Parliament who voted no against the Finance Bill 2023. Amongst those, we have DAP, we have Wiper, we have ODM. But there are those who are more than us. I think there were 175, and they carried the day. You come to the Finance Bill 2024. Again, we stood our ground. But because of the tyranny of numbers in the House, we were able to, lose. But the Gen Zs came and took over where we failed. But better still look at what happened in 2023 when these changes, punitive changes, were being brought in. We just didn't sit back and wait. We fought on the streets, and that is what created the national dialogue at Bomas.
Okay.
And we were there, we were represented, and we again fought for Kenyans. If you look at that report, there were 5 key issues. The most critical issue for us on our side as Azimio was the issue of cost of living, which was pinching every Kenyan. And the issue of electoral justice, IBC, the reforms. But the other side came with 3 issues. The issue of creating the office of the Prime Minister, creating the office of the Leader of Opposition with 2 deputies, and the issue of 2/3 gender, creating more positions for women reps, and CDF. Now, when it came to the real issue affecting Wanjiku, cost of living, they stonewalled, they refused. And when you look at that report, you'll see that out of the 10 members, Eugene Wamalwa declined to sign. And I was very clear in my position that we did not do justice to the single most important issue touching Wanjiku and every Kenyan, the issue of cost of living. And I did tell my colleagues, this matter will come back to bite us. It didn't take long. 2024, the matter came out to bite us. Those Gen Zs would not have died had we as leaders done the right thing at Bomas. Had we addressed the issue of cost of living at Bomas. Gen Zs would not have come out to fight and do what their parents should have done in 2023. It is a matter of great tragedy. We let them down, and we could have done better.
And yet, you're not alone. You're not solo in the, the campaigning that we're seeing that's already happening, you are in the presence of folks who didn't stand up.
Yes.
You are in the presence of parties who, at best, kind of watched from the gallery. You are in the presence of people who were in government who allowed these travesties to happen.
Yes.
And you're holding hands with them today. And for lack of a better word, in very simple terms, you're confusing Kenyans. What should, and that's why I asked the question, that what are you hearing Kenyans say? Because, Eugene, if you say that DAP voted 100% against some things and said that if we had listened to what Eugene Wamala said in Bomas during the deliberations that led to the NADCO report, if others had followed the same trajectory where Eugene Wamalwa said, I am not signing this because it is detrimental to Kenyans. But here you are in the company of other folks who, guess what? They did sign. You're in the company and on the campaign trail with people who were in government who sanctioned some of these things. So do you see why it would be a cacophony for a lot of Kenyans, and they're wondering, okay, even if there is a path that we should follow here, the folks who are in the choir are all singing in dissonance. What should Kenyans hear?
I think if I remember well, I think it was Madison who said that if we were a government of angels, if we were a nation of angels, we wouldn't need a government. So we do not expect all of us to be angels, to be without blemish. But even in the Bible, they say Saul on the road to Emmaus came to the day of reckoning and realized what had happened, and he changed his ways and became Paul. I can tell you today that from where we started, we were a few of us. And there are those who saw what we were fighting for and have joined us. And there are many more who are even in this government who are going to join us. As we speak, we have the Deputy President, Second Deputy President, His Excellency Gachagua, who has joined us. We have the former Attorney General, who was also a former Speaker, and Minister for Public Service, J.B. Muturi, Linturi, and others. There are many more who are going to come who realize that the country is headed in the wrong direction. You might be on board. You might have been part of the first leg of the journey. But when you get to a point and you realize you're headed in the wrong direction, there's nothing wrong with you disembarking from that vehicle and taking the right direction. And this is exactly what is happening. When you look at the latest opinion polls, they're showing that 75% of Kenyans have lost faith in this government. They've lost confidence in this government. And they're saying the country is headed in the wrong direction. And this is something that we are now saying, if you are a Kenyan, wherever you may be, and you're feeling the same, we have engaged the religious leaders. You can see the church. Actually, William Ruto rode on the shoulders of the church to enter State House, and the shoulders particularly of the mountain region, the Mount Kenya region. Those were the two actually key pillars that he stood on to get into government. When you look at them, you go to the mountain, you listen to them now, they're saying we made a mistake. That support is gone. You listen to the religious leaders who are vouching for him, supporting him. They have changed. You listen to many people, they have changed their mind. So we're seeing a country beginning to come together against bad leadership. And we're seeing a force of a new factor that is untested, the Gen Zs. These are young people. Many of them are going to be first-time voters. To me, I believe these are the game changers. If only they can get out and get IDs, if they can get out and register as voters. These are the game changers. They're the ones who are going to say, what we asked for last year and you killed us for, we are not relenting. We're asking for good governance. We're asking for accountability. We're asking for an end to corruption. We want a lean government. The same promises made last year. We are going to reduce government. We are going to, Ruto has not kept a single promise he made, including on the day that he dissolved his government. The number of advisors, instead of reducing, he has increased. he was in the process of merging, state corporations to reduce expenditure, the bloated government. And we had almost 47 merged. Then here you are again, creating new state departments. So really, what are you doing? Because if you're complaining that, the wage bill is too high, the government is too big, it's too bloated, you should be taking measures to streamline that, to have a lean, affordable government. But here we are, for political expediency. You're expanding government, you have more appointments coming, but still you are not keeping your word in terms of advisors and all this. Taxation, you said you're going to increase taxes so that you don't borrow the way Uhuru used to do. When you look at the 3 years of William Ruto's government, they have borrowed more than within the same period, 1.4 trillion extra. They are borrowing left, right, and center, but they said we will not borrow. We will have to raise taxes so that tujitegemee wenyewe. So yes, you raise taxes, but you are still borrowing. Then the way you are spending these taxes, the way you are splashing money around in gunias, in churches, and the people that you're extracting this money from, the taxpayer, the payslip people, are hurting. And here you are splashing money all over, and you are not accounting for this money. So these are some of the things we're saying this must change. And if there are Kenyans who believe we need this one-term government to give way to a better government, this is the time to come together to see how that can be done. But we are prepared. As political parties, we are coming together. But we are saying this is not just about politicians. I think it's General de Gaulle who once said that sometimes war is too serious to be left to the generals. What is happening in our country is too serious to be left to a few politicians, Wamalwa, Gachagua, Kalonzo, Karua.
It must be collective.
Yes. And this is where we are urging the young people. They might say these old fogies are just the same. They've been here, what have they done?
Yeah.
But they say kidole kimoja kiui chawa. We'll need those two fingers to come together.
To print something.
Yes.
Let's take a break. And I know you have a question, Okari, but let's just hang on to that for a minute. DAP party leader, DAP Kenya party leader Eugene Wamalo is here. And he says, we're hearing what Kenyans are saying. We'll come back and say, okay, well, why give another chance to folks who've been there before? We'll come back and continue with this conversation at now 26 minutes to 9 o'clock. The conversation continues after this. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This is not an announcement, it's a pact.
To plant trees and protect our environment.
To drive mentorship and education.
To grow businesses with funding and training.
To share with our communities.
Since 2020, we've honored this pact.
As we mark 5 years, we renew it because all impact begins with a pact. I&M Foundation, celebrating 5 years of impact, powered by I&M Bank.
This June on Next Superstar, the pressure is on. The search for Africa's next hitmaker just got fiercer. Don't miss a moment. Recharge your subscription on your current bouquet for 2 months and get upgraded free to the next high bouquet for 60 days. It's vocal battles, show-stopping performances, and edge of your seat showdowns. Who will judges Motive, Size 8, and King Kaka choose to move on to the next round? You can also buy a DTT StarTimes decoder at our business halls countrywide. Dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730-710077. Offer starts June 13th to August 16th, 2025. Terms and conditions apply. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Traffic.
All right, let's take a quick look at what's happening as we are in the throes of traffic hour, and it's pretty busy as you come into the city off the Thika Superhighway. Traffic, though, is contained towards Survey, and as you look then out, coming to other parts, we have some traffic that's going to circle around Langata Road and find your way then towards Aerodrome and then onto Huru Highway. It's a bit busy on Gong Road as you get into the city, but all to be watched. Kiambu Road is busy, and we're looking at heavy traffic now on Limuru Road coming through towards Muthaiga and Lower Kabete through towards Spring Valley. Just your trouble spot this morning, but we'll see what happens as that opens up, and we'll talk and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, #The Situation Room.
intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
23 minutes to 9 o'clock, and Eugene Wamalo is here with us as the party leader for DAP Kenya. We continue that conversation. Okay?
Eugene, every election cycle, and I've covered at least 3 elections as a journalist, we sort of see a pattern play out. And the pattern is right before an election, there are all these realignments, and they're involving more or less the same people. My question is, you earlier talked about accountability and putting this government to account. And are you ideologically going to stand on some bare minimums or ground yourself on some bare minimums? Because what we tend to see then is, as we're getting closer to 2027, anyone who's disgruntled by the government or anyone who is leaving government will just join you and your other colleagues. And the concern here is some of the people who are forming this realignment or part of this realignment have serious cases in court. Some are not actually going even to stand or hold any public office. Yet you align yourselves, you go to these meetings together. What does this say about grounding and ideologies and who you hang out with? Because you are saying the government should be accountable. You're looking at people who are coming in. Do you even question their integrity as you're fronting yourselves before the public who are going through all these issues that you earlier raised? That's question number 1. Question number 2 will be, what's the conversation around your captain? Because there are politics of everybody's now coming together. There's going to be jostling of positions. But who are you so far looking as the captain of this ship?
Thank you very much. I think in terms of accountability, in terms of the team that we have brought together, what we are looking at is a team that would form a coalition that we want to give better governance and that will be more accountable, will be more responsive to what Kenyans want, and will do the right thing. Now, this good governance cannot be achieved without values. We want the coalition that we are forming to be grounded in Article 10 of our Constitution that now gives us our national values and principles of leadership. And these are some of the things that we'll be looking at, so that when we come to Kenyans and we say, we are presenting this team, so-and-so would be our presidential candidate, so-and-so will be the running mate, we are proposing so-and-so to be the prime minister, we're proposing so-and-so to hold that position. We will have a system of actually doing our own assessment, and we have a mechanism that we have put in place that at the end of the day, though we are many with presidential ambitions, and I can tell you up to now, we have almost 10 political parties that have come together. The Democratic Action Party of Kenya of Eugene Wamalo has cleared him for a presidential run. We have the Wiper Party that has cleared Kalonzo Musyoka. We have the DCP Party that has cleared Rigathi Gachagua. We have the PLP Party that has cleared Martha Karua. We have Matiang'i coming. He's yet to indicate which party he will be running on. We have JB Muturi, who is the DP, Democratic Party leader. He has joined us. We have Peter Munya. This is the PNU party leader. So we have almost 10 parties that have come together.
And everybody, the leader of these parties, wants to be president.
So far, I think we have about 5 presidential candidates that have declared, including yours truly, Eugene Wamalo, Kalonzo, Matiang'i, Gachagua, and Karua. Maybe many more will join us, and we will be assuring Kenyans that the more the merrier. But we are going to agree on one that we will present to run against William Ruto. We know that there are those who are really counting on us, falling apart at some point. In fact, just last Sunday, we were at the Salvation Army in Ngong district, and there was a big story that had been splashed that Kalonzo Musyoka has been wooed to join, the broad-based government.
Has he?
Well, Kalonzo was very categorical, and he said, "I have no intention of joining a government that has the blood of the Gen Z on their hands. In fact, a broad-based government that was founded on the foundation of the blood of the Gen Z." How did this broad-based government come about? It was when our colleagues who are with us in Azimio joined hands with Kenya Kwanza and signed a post-election pact at KICC. And they had a 10-pointer, one of which was that abductions must stop, and forced disappearances and extrajudicial killings must stop. That was in March. Now we are in June. Any a pact or any government, there would always be a 100-day pact that this and this must be done within the first 100 days. So within the first 100 days of the post-election pact between ODM and Kenya Kwanza, abductions have gone on. Extrajudicial killings are going on. It's just that this Albert Ojwang thing outraged everybody. That now we can hear our colleagues, and I heard SG Sifuna saying that Kenya Kwanza has already breached one of the 10 conditions, and therefore that MOU is dead. Now, if it is dead, even before you ask Eliud Lagat to resign, you should be the first person to resign from that broad-based government that Kalonzo is saying is now a blood-based government, that he's not willing to join, that Eugene Wamalwa will not join, because we need to end the bloodletting. We need to end the abduction of the extrajudicial killings. That can only end if we end the system. We need to end corruption in this country. That can only end if we end the Ruto regime. And this is why, even when Ruto is saying we have no agenda, our biggest agenda is to stop corruption. You cannot stop corruption if you have the high priest of corruption in charge. We had this assessment done recently globally on corruption and the corrupt presidents of the world. On that list, William Ruto ranked second after Assad of Syria. Now, Assad of Syria was removed, meaning our president is number one on that list. Now, where do we stand as a country? And here you are, you meet at KICC with the chief priest of corruption, and you are signing a deal apart from the number one issue of stopping abduction. The second issue was stopping corruption. How do you end a pact over corruption with the one who has been ranked globally, not regionally, globally as one of the most corrupt presidents? For corruption to end, we're saying Ruto must go. For these abductions, extrajudicial killings to end, we're saying Ruto must. And we are coming out on 25th to join the Gen Zs. We have to bring this to an end. It does not end with Lagat stepping aside. This thing must go all the way up.
Okay, Eugene, there is a question that has been asked by one Mr. Henry, and it all touches on matters to do with the debt. Because if you look at the debt starting from former regime of President Uhuru Kenyatta, which you are cabinet secretary in, then extrapolate that to Kenya Kwanza government, and one Mr. Henry is asking, what actions are you going to take on the matter of ODA's debt? Because the debt eats our funds for development, education, and agriculture. So what is your solution on these problems?
I think, first of all, there's been, of course, a lot of blame on Uhuru over borrowing. But when you look at the 10 years of Uhuru, what was borrowed, you can see some things were done. There were some changes when you look at the infrastructure. There was an unprecedented improvement in our infrastructure, only comparable to Kibaki, the Kibaki regime. We have at least one can leave Nairobi and go to Mombasa by train. We can see at least some rail was put. A train can leave Mombasa and get to Mombasa. Nairobi and get to Mombasa. You can leave JKIA now and get to Westlands. There's an expressway. Now, look at what has been borrowed in the last 3 years. Do you know where Uhuru Kenyatta left our roads? Not a single kilometer. I think I drove to Nyeri the other day. The dual carriageway where Uhuru left, this is where it stopped. This is the third year. They are going to their last budget. They are overtaxing Kenyans. Where is this money going? They are still borrowing. Where is this money going? You can't see any infrastructural development that you can say, wow, 3 years of William Ruto, look what he has done. You know, what we are seeing is wastage of this money. Look at what they've been doing at State House. Renovations after renovation, until the thing has lost its soul. This was a beautiful Victorian age building, and you go and try to turn it into something that it was not. The character, the soul. But what is very saddening is the amount of money being spent on these renovations, and and when you are saying you have no money for the counties, you have no capitation for our schools, but when it comes to splashing money, going to churches with millions and millions, starting these women group things, but you are not. To empower, real empowerment starts with empowering our counties.
Sure.
If we want. Devolution is one of the best things that our 2010 Constitution gave us. Devolution holds the key to a more equal Kenya, to a more just, a more equitable Kenya. If we can just make devolution work, every Kenyan, no matter where you live, no matter what part of the country or party you support, or what region, what religion you belong to, as long as there's an equitable sharing of the national cake through devolution, and you're getting development in your corner of the country, then it will be okay. So real empowerment of Kenyans starts with making sure, empowering our counties. Sure. Why are we not giving our counties the money they deserve and on time? And it comes to education. The schools are struggling, the capitation. But you are ready to splash money on very many trips, very many renovations, and this wastage, the corruption, and all this. Once we are able to take care of that, we do not have to overtax Kenyans. This is what we saw during the Kibaki regime when he took over. We celebrated the anniversary of Kibaki the other day. Ambassador Mthaura, one of the best heads of civil service we've had, told us when we walked in with Kibaki, the taxes were already high. Kibaki looked at it and he said, we do not have to add taxes. All we need to do is seal the loopholes of corruption, then improve efficiency in tax collection, then create incentives that will make this a more business-friendly environment and conducive for investors. This is what made the Kibaki presidency the most
successful
and transformative. But this guy comes, the only thing he knows is more taxes after taxes after taxes, until they have called him Zakayo, the tax collector.
When we look towards solutions, Eugene, and the coming together, I mean, you've mentioned at least 7 who represent parties, including yourself, and there are more than that, of course.
Yes, there are others, yes. We have Jubilee, we have other parties that have come on board.
Is the intent to remove the president, or is the intent to provide a solution that makes life more bearable for Kenyans? Because 2 things happen during an election, especially when you have an incumbent, is that you make a decision about whether that person will continue or not. 2 things happen. You vote in somebody else, but you essentially remove another person. So is the intent here to remove President William Ruto and to stop this bleed that you talk about? Or is it to bring in somebody else?
I think it is to stop the corruption. And they say the fish rots from the head. I remember we had a committee of eminent persons that looked at the Kenya that we want. And there was one recommendation that they made, that unless we fight corruption from the top, from State House, because that's where the deals are done. That's where the deals are made. And the second place that has become their sitting room is now Dubai. That is where all these deals, their Adani deals, are being locked in. So the minute we have a leadership of integrity at the top, things will change, because it must start there. Otherwise, frying the small fish will not change anything. It will not change anything. So that's why we're saying, really, it's not that we hate Ruto, but we hate the corruption, the endemic corruption, and the corrupt system that he has created. Because at the head of every deal, he is there himself. The rest are just doing his bidding. When the Adani deal came, you remember there were about 3-4 deals, 3 Adani deals that accumulated to almost 500 billion. You are looking at these Shah thing. You have the JKIA deal. Then you have the Ketraco deal. All those came to, Ketraco was about 95, Shah was about 104, the other one was about 230 something, almost 500 billion with Adani. When we came out as the opposition, now that's why we're saying we are not just making noise. We are actually acting. Apart from fighting in Parliament and the hands that we bears out, we have gone to the corridors of justice to fight for Kenyans. And as DAP Kenya, we're one of the parties that went to court. And we actually filed a case with Wiper, our friend Tony Gashoka, to challenge the Adani deal. And Ruto himself came out and actually said, no, Adani is a good guy. Even the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga said, no, Adani is not that bad. It's until we exposed Adani. And we had whistleblowers like Maina. And we must thank the young people and social media and the media itself. You have played a big role in exposing corruption. And we also had strong voices in Parliament. Senator Onyonka was another whistleblower. And when we ended up in court and stopped Adani, that is when William Ruto decided to drop the deals. He dropped the Adani JKI deal. He went to Parliament and said he's also dropping, the Ketraco deal.
Yes.
But there's one deal he never dropped, the Shah deal. And this is where they're making their money. And this is where, even as we are talking about taking over, this is where we want to start. The housing levy and the Shah thing. And this will take policy reversals that we are going to do to make lives better for Kenyans. It starts with, it doesn't matter whether you voted for Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. When something goes wrong on your payslip, it cuts across. If you're a teacher, it doesn't matter whether you are Kale or a Luya or Kikuyu, you are affected the same way. Rais Moi alikuwa anasema siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. But sera mbaya, maisha mbaya. This is what is happening. Bad policies hurt everybody.
How can Kenyans be sure? It's interesting because I remember in this room, the former provost of the All Saints Cathedral said, you know why people don't behave a certain way is because they've not been given the opportunity. Should they be given the opportunity, the thing that we castigate is likely to be the same behavior that they would take on if they were given the opportunity, right? So how can Kenyans be sure that these things that we talk about, the deals that we see going sour, the monies that seem to be lost to corruption, that the just general behavior of impunity that we see being practiced over and over again, how can Kenyans be sure, as they're on the outside looking in, to say that these folks who want to take over and change, how can they be sure, Eugene, that being given an opportunity, that it is not the same road that will be traveled?
I think one thing I'll tell Kenyans is that what Chinua Achebe said, a leopard never loses its spots. A leopard can never lose its spots. It remains so. Even if you wash it with Omo, with power form, it will not lose its spots. And that is why if we made the next election an election about integrity, when you're talking about good governance, good governor must start with integrity. Leaders whose values and records are known. So that if you are looking at Eugene Wamalwa as your next president, look at my record, where I have served as Member of Parliament, as a Minister for Justice, as a Minister for Water, Devolution or Defense. If there is any spot of corruption on my record, then don't give me that chance, for God's sake, because if I was a minister and I abused my office, accumulated wealth primitively, engaged in corruption, then I'll not lose those spots. When you put me in State House, you've only given me greater power and greater access to steal more. Look at my record. If you tell me, Eugene Wamalwa, you will, in this ministry you had that scandal, you stole this, we do not want you. I will not. And that must be the yardstick. If we want corruption to end, we must start with clean leadership. If we have anyone with spots of corruption or bloodshed, then that leopard will never lose its spots. You can see people who are in YK92, we know their records very well, the deals they were doing, and you place them in power. They only know one thing, they only know deals, one deal after another, and they're making those deals day and night. A leopard will never lose its spots. Let's start with integrity.
Eugene, just clarify something for me. I thought I heard you say you're going to come up with a list, a president, a deputy president, and a prime minister. But under Kenya's current 2010 constitution, that office of prime minister no longer exists. Are you going to bring back that office when you take over? That's one. Two, why don't we see you taking the lead or actually being part of, because you've said you support the Gen Z, what they stand for, what they're fighting against. It's the same things that you're fighting, and you're commending them for what they're doing. Why don't we see you and your colleagues being part of the protests? We don't see you on the streets.
I think we have been on the streets. And what I said was that after we went on the streets in 2023, had we done the right thing when we had the opportunity, we would not have had our children coming out on the streets to fight and to be killed. I think we let them down. That we must collectively own. We let these Gen Zs down. We know how angry they are, and they have every reason to be angry and to come out. But we have said where matters have reached now, you cannot leave it to them. We must all come on board. When we're going to these 25th of June demonstrations, we have said as the leadership of the opposition, we will come out to join. And we are asking this government, you've shed enough blood. Do not shed more blood. And do not do that on the 25th of June. This should be a day of commemoration. This should be a day of honoring young people. I went to several burials. We went to Machakos, to Barry Rex Masai. He was the grandson of the great Mwindu. These were freedom fighters. He's a young boy. He was killed by this police and Ruto's regime. We went to Machakos, buried this young man. We should have seen the couple. They were just quite a young couple. They were devastated. From Machakos, I went to Kimilili. I went to bury Willie Sitati. This was the grandson of the great freedom fighter Elijah Masinde. And the entire community was devastated. This young, it was just 22. They had come to university in Nairobi, was just on the street when people were marching to parliament. And he was shot dead on the street. He was not armed. He had just had his phone. And there are many more who died. And on 25th, we are hearing talk from Governor Sakaja. We had someone called Faruqi Bey tell us not to allow any demonstrations in the city. We are hearing threats coming from this government. And as the opposition, we are going to court. You do remember that they deployed the military against the citizens. Yeah. That deployment order is still in place. It means, and we are hearing them trying to say they will not spare anything, including using the military on the 25th. We are telling them not to try. Allow Kenyans to come out and mourn their children. Allow Kenyans to come out and honor their children. And we as the opposition will come out to stand with the Gen Zs, and we must be allowed to grieve. And to honor and to remember.
It's the top of the hour. I'd like us to take a break, but we'd like to keep you on a little bit longer, Eugene, because then the calls for alternate leadership are very strong. But let's come and get into that conversation a little bit more when we come back from this break. Eugene Wamalwa stays on with us. We'll come back after the news and continue this conversation at 9:00.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm La Obaga. 2 people have died in a road accident in Kaptembo, Kuresoi, South Nakuru County. They were reported to have died after a truck carrying poles overturned along the Wechengo Karandit Road in Tinat Ward. Last Friday, residents of the area held a peaceful protest over the poor roads in the region, accusing authorities of negligence. Assistant Chief of Kapnanda, Peter Korir, said that one person died on the spot, another died while receiving treatment, and the third is currently admitted to the Molo Sub-County Referral Hospital. 2 Kenyan women working in Saudi Arabia are crying out for help, claiming they are being subjected to torture, harassment and starvation by their host agent. Aisha Bayer, 20, from Mwanjama village in Kilifi County, and Mariam Said, 30, a mother of 2 from Likoni, Mombasa, say they are currently being held against their will and denied basic needs. The incident adds to the growing number of distress cases involving Kenyan domestic workers in the Middle East. Advocate of the High Court Dunstan Omari says the allegations of Constable James Mukhwana should be put through self-examination. Speaking on SpiceFM, he said that his damning statement that directly implicates the OCS Samson Talam, alleging that he issued instructions to discipline Ojwang, orders Mukhwana claims originated from Deputy Inspector General of Police Eliud Lagat, must first be investigated further by IPOA.
The statement of Mugwana, and I urge the country to be very careful with such statements, that statement has not been put to cross-examination. The IPOA will record almost 1,000 statements. Others will record statements based on what they have been instructed to do. Others will record statement based on what they saw. Others will record statement based on what they hear. The quality of the statement, the quality of the evidence in a criminal procedure is when that is put to test. Then the quality of that statement will also come others. If it is an isolated statement that was recorded when others who were present are of a different view, that statement now becomes just a statement.
Amnesty International Executive Director Horton Irungo on his part urged EACC to be part of the investigative team due to claims of massive corruption in the National Police Service. He added that there was also a need for an inquiry to be done on individuals who picked up Albert Ojwang from Home Bay.
The other side to this conversation, besides the conversation around why was Alfred killed, is the question of whether the multi-agency unit, the DCI officers that were sent to pick him in Homa Bay, were part of the multi-agency task force that has been responsible for the abductions of up to 89 people and 65 deaths last year. So I think that's the other inquiry that we need to follow up on, because I think unless we get into those conversations, then essentially we will be left with a case.
And finally, 4 police officers facing charges in the murder of Samantha Pendo, popularly known as Baby Pendo, have been released on a 1 million shillings cash bail each. They were released on bail after the defense told the court that the suspects had given assurances to comply with all court instructions. Baby Pendo was shot dead in August 2017 at the age of 6 months while police were quelling post-election violence in Kisumu. The 4 officers, John Chengo Marsha, Lena Kosgei, Cyprian Roby Wankio and James Rono, denied the charges and were accused of overseeing human rights abuses at the time. Delivering her ruling, Judge Margaret Mungai ordered the 4 not to visit Nyalenda, Nyamasaria or Nyawita areas in Kisumu County, which were reported to be the crime scenes in the case. In addition, the accused will be reporting to the nearest IPOA offices once every 3 months while awaiting the hearing and determination of the case. That's the News Wire. I'm La Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Oh, great! This June, the biggest Club World Cup ever held is here. The 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. Recharge your subscription on your current bouquet for 2 months and get upgraded free to the next higher bouquet for 60 days. A competition across the continents. 30 action-packed days of top-notch football from 32 best club teams from around the world. Recharge your subscription today to never miss a moment of a competition like never before. On the move, download StarTimes on and watch every goal, every moment, anytime, anywhere. StarTimes Sports, beyond passion. StarTimes, enjoy digital life.
Provides the inspiration for Leipzig.
This is not an announcement, it's a pact.
To plant trees and protect our environment.
To drive mentorship and education.
To grow businesses with funding and training.
To share with our communities.
Since 2020, we've honored this pact.
As we mark 5 years, we renew it because all impact begins with a pact. I&M Foundation, celebrating 5 years of impact, powered by I&M Bank.
Traffic.
Not doing too bad with traffic this morning, and we're seeing just a little bit of that then left on the Thika Superhighway as you approach the city. Also, traffic has reduced significantly coming off of Limuru Road, and we're looking at it looking much better as you come out of Westlands. So for most parts of the city looking good, and we've reduced that. Let's see what happens when we come out of traffic hour completely in about half hour or so. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4
KTN Karibu Sana, and our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation with Ndu Dennis and Dennis, and we are still in the room with DAP Kenya Party Leader Eugene Wamala, looking at certain issues. As we remind you that, you know, if you're passionate about creating a better future for Kenya, you're not the only one. The I&M Foundation is the social investment arm of I&M Bank Kenya, and for the past 5 years has been putting away a significant 2% of the bank's annual profit that goes toward impactful programs. So the work focuses on vital areas, and the leadership in environmental conservation is one that we're focusing on highlighting today, as well as education, skills development, economic empowerment, and enabling giving. The I&M Foundation is dedicated to protecting these precious natural heritage through strategic partnerships and community-driven initiatives, ensuring a sustainable future for everybody. So they believe in impact, and more impact. So as they renew the pact to keep impacting, learn more about I&M Foundation's vital work and how you can potentially collaborate. Just go to www.imbankgroup.com/foundation to learn more. Powered by I&M Bank.
And these days, if pesa ni kidogo kwa mfuko, you still need to save. And if you're trying to save but finding it hard to start, or if you need to buy something today, I&M has you covered. Achieve your dreams with the Fikisha Gold's savings account. It's easy. The digital way to save for what matters most and for your immediate needs. So use I&M's Buy Now, Pay Later, purchase items from your favorite stores now and pay in affordable installments. So save for tomorrow while living comfortably today. Get started now. Open your individual or solo biz account today via the I&M Bank on the Go app.
There you go. As we went to the break, Eugene, talking about that, you know, it's you as individuals and parties that have come together to say, you know, this has to stop, the particular bleed has to stop. But this is interesting because over the weekend, we heard the president say in no uncertain terms that to those who are saying one term, that he will not hand over power to those who are only saying one term and are not offering anything else up. I mean, nobody has to guess really whom he was referring to. That if all you're saying when you're going around campaigning and speaking and listening to Kenyans, if all you're saying is one term, then no way. He's going to fight tooth and nail to ensure that he comes back for a second term. No? That's what he said.
Yes, I think we heard him loud and clear, and I would urge Kenyans not to take him lightly, because it's not the first time we've heard that they have no intention of handing over. Apart from the president himself, I think we had Oscar Sudi speak. And you do recall, some people think, Oscar Sudi is not a very learned guy. But Oscar Sudi is a very serious politician and a very powerful politician in this government. When he last said Rigathi Gachagua would be spending Christmas as a citizen after being impeached, it happened. Oscar Sudi was the last person to speak when we were first hearing of rumors of the impeachment of the deputy president, and it happened. So when Oscar Sudi says that this thing, they are not ready to let go, and he says that even if the votes are not enough, they would add, it's not something we can take lightly. And when they keep repeating, I had Senator Cherargei also say they are not going to be the first people to serve a first term. Ruto will not be the first president to serve a first term. So they are not willing to hand over. They say when it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck. So this matter, I want Kenyans to take the matter very, very seriously. But how do we deal with it? Our constitution is clear, our laws are clear, how a president leaves office and how a president hands over power. It is not for Ruto to give that sort. It is a process that he must honor. And we are very clear, and that's why we passed the laws for assumption of office. So it will not depend on his generosity or probably on his pleasure to hand over. When we beat him, as we shall, because we are very, very clear that we are going to make these one-term presidents. And it has happened in Africa. People are thinking it cannot happen. It happened to George Weah in Liberia. And I know George Weah was as young as Ruto. He came up with the Weahnomics, with very lofty, plans. That never worked. So when Weahnomics failed, he was sent home as a one-term president. You come to Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan. Nigeria is a powerful economy and everything. Goodluck Jonathan was one of the most popular presidents, but he lost. And he went home.
Yes.
And it happened in Botswana recently, in Ghana. It is going to happen in Kenya. This is what is coming. And it's not because we hate William Ruto, that all we are saying is one term, Ruto must go. No, it is because of what Kenyans are saying as we go around this country. They are saying this corruption must stop, this tribalism must stop, these failed policies are hurting us, and we have a failed regime with failed policies across sectors, from education to health, and we have a clear plan on how we're going to do this. The only thing I'm urging is this: with a president who is actually very clear about not willing to hand over, the only way we can save this country is if we beat him hands down with a big margin of over 2 million votes that he cannot do anything about. Now, we are very confident with the team we have put together that already William Ruto is on his way back home. But in terms of the gap, there's one team that would be the game changer. These are the Gen Zs. And today, even as we close, I want to plead with them that they can save this country and they can avoid a 207-8 scenario when we have a clear, wide margin that William Ruto has been beaten by. If it is close, he will try everything to ensure that he does not accept the results and he does not hand over. But if the gap is wide enough, he will go home whether he likes it or not. He will hand over whether he likes it or not. So the Gen Zs, I plead with you. I know that there are those of you who are saying we can't work with these old fogies. We are going to find our own Gen Z's party. We are going to have our own Gen Z's president. Now you're playing into William Ruto's hands. The minute you divert the Gen Z vote and it goes on their own, we go on our own, William Ruto will have an opportunity for a second term. So if you want to go your own, know that you are playing into a two-term agenda. If you want us to come together and remove William Ruto, then the one-term agenda will be real. The good governance you're asking for will happen. Accountability will come and corruption will stop and abduction of the young people will stop. It has happened before. A divided opposition in 1992 lost to Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi.
Yep.
In 1997, we lost to him again. We have painful lessons as the opposition, where we come from in our democracy. But in 2002, when we came together, it took all generations. We had the young Turks who wanted to, fight to bring about the second liberation. But we had the old guards, Kina Jaramogi, Kina Muliro, Kina Matiba, they all came together. This is how we achieved regime change. And it was a Gen Zote, all generations together. I plead with the Gen Z that let's take a Gen Zote approach. Is the only way we'll beat William Ruto. Is the only way he'll hand over if the gap is wide enough. If it's narrow, we'll have a problem on our hands.
Eugene, you're very confident about your numbers, and you're pleading to the Gen Z to widen the gap. Where are your numbers coming from?
I think we are looking at at Ruto's numbers. Where did Ruto get his numbers? 47% of his vote came from Mount Kenya. As you go to the mountain today, I can assure you, I've been to all the 10 counties from Nakuru all the way to Laikipia. William Ruto has lost the mountain. The second vote that he got, and the churches, they're very religious and also very loyal voters. When William Ruto won the churches, for some reason, many churches have been hesitant in supporting Raila Odinga. I don't know why they have always thought he's not a Christian. Yet he's an Anglican, that we know he's an Anglican, he's a Christian, but they have always felt he's not that much of a Christian. They believed in William Ruto. Those votes are gone. Today you go to any church and you listen. I've listened to the Anglican church speak, Ole Sepit. I've listened to Archbishop Muheria speak. I've listened to some of the priests, and some have been killed. Recently, we lost two priests. They were murdered under very mysterious circumstances. But you cannot shut the voice of the church, because this is really the voice of God and the voice of the people of Kenya. I can tell you, William Ruto has lost this country. The team we have brought together, the parties we have brought together, these are leaders that have following, that have support, that have members of parliament, that have governors. If we galvanize this country and we join hands with the Gen Z, because we are fighting for the same thing.
So hang on. So you said Mount Kenya.
Yes.
You're saying Ruto's lost the mountain.
Yes.
So let's discount the Gen Z vote. And you've talked about the church. Yes. Where else are you getting these numbers, or where are you confident you're going to get these numbers from?
I think in terms of the regions, what William Ruto is now holding on to is the Rift Valley region, but not the whole of it. Quite a chunk of it is not with him. And you look at, he's really looking at Western and hoping he can get Western and Nyanza. That is through the broad-based coalition with Baba. But when you look at the Kisii region, I think Kisii is more or less gone. When you look at the Western region, Western is rebelling. That's why you find William is very comfortable in Nyanza every now and then, hoping that this is a vote he'll lock in. He's hoping Raila's influence at the coast will help him. How is that the cost? I can tell you right from Voi, where we had our first rally, into Kwale, Kilifi, Mombasa. The one-term song is everywhere. It is not because they had this guy. It is because Kenyans are hurting. They want change. And they're saying, if we have suffered with these bottom-up people just for this period of 3 years, are we ready to suffer another 10 years? Kenyans are saying, no, enough is enough. So I have no doubt in my mind. The only thing that I'm worried about, and this I must share with the Kenyans, is that if this election is close, William Ruto will not hand over. He has said it. Oscar Sudi has said it. His people are saying it. And the only thing that can save Kenya from a 207 to 8 is if the gap is wide enough. Young people, if you're out there and you want to save your country from this bad leadership, go out and get an ID. Go out and register as a voter. You are the people who are going to send William Ruto home and usher in new leadership.
Eugene, for any election, trust is a very important thing. Uhuru Kenyatta was voted in based off the trust. William Ruto was voted in because of the hope that he gave the young people and they trusted that he would deliver. As we get into 2027 elections, Kenyans are asking, why should we trust you? The trust deficit that is currently existing, and it is your job to ensure that Kenyans get to trust you again. You've talked about church, and the church is now saying we just don't want to deal with politicians. Ours is matters of the heart, spiritual matters is what we will deal with. Talk about the mountain. What guarantee do you have that the mountain would give you this vote anyway?
I think what we are looking at in for the church, I think what they're fighting against is bad leadership and corruption, and these extrajudicial killings and abductions, and the respect for the rule of law. We, as a coalition, are building a team. We are talking to Kenyans. We can feel their pain. We also know their expectations. And we know that the team that we are going to present to them must meet their expectations. In terms of, first of all, integrity. If you want good governance, you want to stop corruption, you must start with leadership of integrity. And we believe the team we will present would be a team that Kenyans will say, fine, these leaders, we've looked at their records, we are satisfied, we know them, they are not going to loot this country, they're not going to do deals. These are people who are going to provide leadership. Secondly, these are leaders who respect the rule of law. If we have a leadership that does not respect our constitution, human rights, and even court orders, and the rule of law, this is where the problem is. And I believe the next leadership that we put in place must be a leadership that can meet that yardstick of leaders who will not just defend but uphold the constitution and respect the rule of law. This would be a very important yardstick. And I believe the team we are putting together and the team we present to Kenyans, using these yardsticks, they will be able to say, okay, this team compared with the outgoing team, let's give them a chance. We will not let you down. The only thing I can assure you today is that they are counting on this team not holding together.
Sure.
There are attempts, you've talked about Kalonzo being approached. There are others also who are going to be approached. At the end of the day, Moi succeeded twice in breaking the opposition in 92. In 97, you had the story of ugali, that some were called to State House to eat ugali. We lost again to... And William Ruto is a student of the professor of politics, Moi. He is going to use everything, and he has a lot of resources at his disposal. But I can tell you today, he might buy everyone in Western Kenya, but he will not buy Eugene Wamalwa. This I can assure every Kenyan who wishes to support Wamalwa, that this you can take to the bank. I believe he can buy everyone in Eastern Kenya, but he will not buy Kalonzo. Many people think Kalonzo was a watermelon. He can be bought. He will change his mind. He spoke to the nation on Sunday, and I trust him. And I want to urge Kenyans to believe him. We will hold together to the end, and we will do what's right for our country, not just for ourselves. If the agencies have sacrificed and paid the ultimate price, actually, in the last 1 year, who are we not to sacrifice, including our personal ambitions, so that we liberate our country? Because our intention is first, not just to unite, but to unite for a purpose of liberating this country from this corrupt regime, from Zaka and these harsh taxes, restoring the dignity of the pay slip. And it is an agenda that we have clear: unity, liberation, and restoration. That is something that we take as a sacred mission.
Eugene.
Yes.
IEBC is being formed at the moment. Do you trust the formation of that body that is in place? And if you win the election and the president does not hand over power, what next?
I think for now, looking at the mood in the country, it doesn't really matter who the chair IEBC is, even if it is Oscar Sudi himself. Kenyans have said it's one term, and one term is going to be. It matters not who will be in that office as IBC. I believe those who have been honored to take that position will be patriotic enough to do what is right for the country. And this is not just about ensuring that the will of Kenyans is respected, but also ensuring that all Kenyans participate and have a chance to have a say in the governance of their country, including Kenyans who are outside our borders. And I want to challenge them on the issue of the diaspora. There are a lot of Kenyans who are out who are not able to vote. Because when we say the voting can be done only at our missions, there are very few missions. I mean, you have you're in the U.S., you're in Washington, LA. You cannot travel. You know, the U.S. is vast.
Yeah.
So you cannot travel. So some areas will be like traveling from Nairobi to go and vote in Joburg. Now, who would want to use their own money, get a ticket to go and spend on a day to vote? So we want to urge the new team come in and look at these issues raised in the diaspora. It is right to say we have our missions, but we can open polling stations. If you open a polling station, say in a place like Minnesota, there's a huge diaspora there.
Yeah.
You can, if you open a polling station, say in Dallas, there's a huge diaspora there, so that you don't have these Kenyans traveling all the way to Washington or going to, you know, we must facilitate Kenyans to meaningfully participate in this democratic process. So these are some of the issues that are on their desk as they enter. The issue of by-elections. There are many constituencies, wards that have gone unrepresented. We want them to prioritize this. And we hope, just testing them on the by-elections, we'll be able to tell whether we have the right team or not. For now, let us give them the benefit of the doubt, because we cannot continue operating without an IBC.
I have a quick one. You actually didn't answer my earlier question of because you mentioned a president, deputy, prime minister.
Yes.
It's not constitutional.
Yes.
You have all, so far you've said 10 parties and more parties are coming in. So you have all these principals who will want that top position, and only one of you will be able to be fronted. Are we likely to see a situation where, you know, there's this conversation of shareholders and principals who will take up key strategic positions if you're to take over government? Are you willing to take a backseat and front fresh faces for those who argue that you are really depending on the Gen Z, but you don't have young, fresh faces in your team? It's the same old faces. Are you willing to sacrifice, like the Gen Z have sacrificed, and say, okay, you know, we've been here long enough, let's mentor someone or some of you to actually go up there and take this battle?
We are ready. In fact, we made, I think we were launching Martha's People's Liberation Party. And I remember I made this speech and I said we must be ready to sacrifice our personal ambition, because it should not be about us. It should be about the future of our country. And for this to happen, sacrifice must be made for the greater good. And I believe if the Gen Zs came and we sat, we'll be able to agree. It doesn't have to be Wamalo, it can be someone younger. It doesn't have to be Morara, it can be, you know, someone else. So it is not, it is something that will be negotiated. But what would drive this would not be a tribal agenda or about personal, it should be about the country. I think if we are guided with that and we learn from our painful lessons as the opposition of this country, to achieve regime change, it took selflessness, not selfishness. Not me, myself, and I. It must be me, it must be my party or someone from my community. There are selfless leaders who came together and said, what is the biggest problem now that we must fix? Our economy was in the ICU, and Kibaki was the foremost economist at that time. And we all agreed that to fix this economy, to put Humpty Dumpty back on the wall, let's have Kibaki. And we all said, it was not just Raila, it was not, all of us said Kibaki Tosha. So if we build that kind of consensus, I believe we're going to get the right leader, we are going to get the right team, and we want to see the Gen Zs not as our followers, but as our partners. In this vehicle that we're building, we don't want them to be passengers. We want them to be our co-pilots. That's why we're saying, come to the table. Don't go it alone. You would have played into Ruto's hands. Come, let us reason together, work together. The government that we are forming, if the Gen Z say, okay, in this government we are your partners, we want an MOU that we'll agree on, 50% of cabinet must be Gen Z. These are issues that we can agree. and including the key positions from president to deputy, prime cabinet secretary, speakers. All these are positions that are existing now. But as to the future, whether we would want a full prime minister or not, these are some of the recommendations from Bomas. There are some of the issues that might come with time in terms of constitutional changes. But for now, the issue of inclusivity is really what matters. And there must also be intergenerational equity. And we are open to all this. All we're saying is that we must all come together to save our country from this corrupt regime. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Eugene Wamalwa, as the party leader of DAP Kenya, has been our guest this hour, looking into, it's a number of things across alternate leadership and saying what's going to happen in the next 2 years or so when a new election rings round. And I've heard your appeal to Gen Zs. Don't have a disjointed opposition. If you do, that's where you probably get beaten.
Got it.
Those are some of the conversations that we have and keep front and center. Thank you for being here this morning, and thank you for staying even longer for us to have that conversation. It is 9:30. Conversations continue. We go into the region when we come back from this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This is not an announcement, it's a pact.
To plant trees and protect our environment.
To drive mentorship and education.
To grow businesses with funding and training.
To share with our communities.
Since 2020, we've honored this pact.
As we mark 5 years, we renew it because all impact begins with a pact. I&M Foundation, celebrating 5 years of impact, powered by I&M Bank.
Oh, great! This June, the biggest Club World Cup ever held is here. The 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. Recharge your subscription on your current bouquet for 2 months and get upgraded free to the next higher bouquet for 60 days. A competition across the continents. 30 action-packed days of top-notch football from 32 best club teams from around the world. Recharge your subscription today to never miss a moment of a competition like never before. On the move, download StarTimes on and watch every goal, every moment, anytime, anywhere. StarTimes Sports, beyond passion. StarTimes, enjoy digital life.
Provides the inspiration for Leipzig.
Traffic.
All right, we're coming out of traffic hour. It hasn't done too badly today, and we're looking at just a little bit of that as you come into the city from the Thika Superhighway, but most of it actually gone. A little bit of traffic left on Landis as you go towards Kamkunji at the roundabout, and also we're looking at some traffic on Limuru Road. But that also is diminishing. So we're out of traffic hour, folks, and Tuesday has not been too crazy. Keeping an eye on all of this as we go through the morning. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
All right, at 26 minutes to 10 o'clock, we're going to, this conversation, which has us looking at what the calls continually will be. The last 7 days in Kenya has been one, and that trajectory seems to be continuing with this case of Albert Ojwang. And like we said, it's representative of things that should be in terms of conversation moving forward. And when we talk about the fact that campaigns are already very hot and that people are already discussing what is going to happen come 2027 in the next election, we can't run away from what's happening in the region. And when we look at two countries in particular, we look at Uganda, where we're going to start, and then we go into Tanzania, that we have heard from the president, a long-serving president. I think we're clocking now on 40 years of his presidency. Yoweri Museveni said something very interesting yesterday, and that essentially is going to pull back on what were constitutional mandates, and he's going to pull back on what were court rulings to say that now civilians can be tried and those cases be heard in military courts. Now, this has some significance, and it bears quite some. Kizza Besigye, who is an opposition leader in Uganda, has been in jail since he's been remanded since before Christmas. And this all came about after where he was taken here in Kenya and then sent back to Uganda. Now, before that, Kizza Besigye has been essentially the proverbial political thorn in the side of President Museveni. That all Kizza Besigye essentially needed to do was walk down the streets of Kampala and be arrested. He needed to wake up and breathe on a random Wednesday morning and be arrested. Now, what he was being tried for when he got into court, in the military court, which essentially Martha Karua was, played a pivotal role in his case to move that case from the military court back to a civilian court, was quite something. Now, this is also stated in the laws of Uganda. But the question then would arise, and we can link it to conversations that we've had in just this past hour. What is the threat, and why does it seem so potent that you would take and peel back on what were constitutional mandates to say that civilians should not be heard in or tried in military courts, and that there's a court ruling that has been given to essentially protect certain rights, and that we see that there are certain cases that do not bleed into each other? Why would we see that this would happen, and that President Museveni would see the need to say that military courts can actually try civilian cases?
We need to give context to this story. And maybe to just back up a bit, Ndu, is let's look at what happened January this year. So January this year, Uganda's Supreme Court ruled that trying civilians in military courts was unconstitutional and ordered high-profile cases, and we know who this is referring to, Kizza Besigye, to be moved to civilian courts.
Yeah.
So now, yesterday, President Museveni signed the Uganda People's Defense Forces Amendment Act 2025, reinstating military courts' authority to try civilians under what he called exceptional circumstances. Now, let's define exceptional circumstances.
Yeah.
Now, what his aides, not Museveni himself, what his aides are saying is, they're denying that it's not a blanket thing. What they're saying is only civilians who use guns for political violence are prosecuted in such tribunals. Okay? So, in the amendment, that is not necessarily stated. It's saying civilians. But now to define who exactly, it is the person who is going to be having a gun and who's going to be violent. Now, why the government is backing this, their aim here is very, very clear. The military will frame this as a national security matter. And the idea is to keep dangerous criminals off the streets. Criminals in quotes, you know what I mean? So where the criticism is coming in is basically the suppression of dissent. And that's happening across all our East African countries. From Kenya, we are seeing what's going on. In Tanzania, which we'll go to later. In Uganda, the opposition figures like Bobi Wine, Kizza Besigye, they argue that, the law is basically a tool to intimidate political rivals, especially with the elections approaching January 2026. So it's not surprising that you're having these conversations right before an election. And the reading within the East Africa community, Uganda is watching what's going on in Kenya. Of course they know what's going on in Kenya. And they see the results of what's going on in Kenya, where the threat on what you'll call the political class is real. And so what Museveni is doing, because you're already starting to see the bubbling under of a few people here and there, human rights groups in Uganda coming up, and what they're seeing Kenya do is giving them that courage and boldness to say, hey, even the Gen Zs in Kenya are doing this, why don't we? Remember, the Gen Z protest last year, there was an attempt also in Uganda. They did the same thing.
Yes.
But theirs was quelled very, very fast. So the reading from Museveni, I'm just trying to imagine what he's thinking. He's looking at the future of what perhaps might happen with this generation that, in quotes, they may not be able to control is just put a law and say, hey, if you're caught on the streets, you will be tried in a military court.
With a gun.
The gun question is
could be there or not
we
be
know
there,
what that
but, you
means.
know.
We know that. So who's vulnerable here? Now, already, over 1,000 civilians have faced military trials since 2002 in Uganda. And mostly for political or security charges. Now, 1,000 civilians since 2002 in Uganda. And for those two reasons. So the opposition, of course, sees the timing of this is very, very political. And the interpretation is basically a preemptive tactic.
I understand.
To try and stifle the opposition.
Okay, so if you see the stifling of the opposition,
Yeah.
but this for me is very interesting because it plays against an apology that was made by the president and his first lady just a few weeks ago. So then you when you go into history and you look at the things that actually happened to Ugandans under this almost authoritarianism, you want to call it, that would then reinvite this, what we're talking about, that anything that looks, smells, walks like dissent, then is going to be snuffed out. But look at the words of the apology that were made. We humbly take the responsibility for all the mistakes made by ourselves, said President Museveni. Appearing alongside his wife Janet, we stand here to repent, and ask for forgiveness, especially the people of Buganda. The apology marks a significant moment in Uganda's political history. Museveni, who is 80 rather, took power in 1986. Some people in this room were not born. After leading a successful guerrilla war against the dictatorship of Milton Obote and later on Tito Okello, he has since been re-elected multiple times amid controversy over election fairness and constitutional amendments that removed term and age limits. That's why he's still president, okay? Now, while he's been credited with bringing a measure of stability and economic growth to Uganda in the early years of his presidency, his administration has also faced accusations of human rights abuses, expression of dissent, expression of what?
Dissent.
Rather, suppression of dissent and corruption. So this apology came. The reference to the Buganda community is particularly notable. Relations between the central government and the Buganda kingdom have been strained at times, with clashes over land rights, cultural recognition and political autonomy. First Lady Janet Museveni, who has served in various ministerial positions, including education, also echoed the president's sentiments. She said, "We have made mistakes, and we know some of those have caused pain and division. We ask for your understanding and forgiveness." So I'm a bit confused. The apology has not had an opposition to dry in the sun, really. And then you would make such a decision barely a few weeks after that to say, well, okay, fine. If we even see you trying to sniff in the direction of any kind of dissent, we're going to send you to a military court. Do the two not just clash against each other?
They do clash against each other. And it's because at the end of the day, one sits to look at Uganda and how it's being run and ruled, and one would assume that it is a country that is being run as though it is someone's compound, in the sense that I am the father, ukileta mchezo nitakupiga kiboko. Pretty much that's what Ugandans go through. I remember I was with a Ugandan lady recently in a certain training, and all she said, in Uganda you cannot dare even just have a conversation like you're having, because by the time you're done, there's someone waiting for you and you will get disappeared. Dissent in Uganda is unheard of. As much as the Gen Zs are trying, Bobby Wine has a school where they're training the young people to get into leadership, but all that is just because people are hiding. It's being done using VPNs and whatnot. So dissent is a problem in our neighboring countries. Dissent is a problem in Uganda, and the president here is just not mincing his words, just telling you try go against me, you'll just go to the military court. And we all know what going to a military court means to a civilian.
Are the people right? The people who call leaders who've been in power for so long, and this is usually external labeling when we talk about strong men and women. I don't know that we've had strong women on the continent, but okay, in that sense. But are they right? when we see things like this, when we hear things like this, and we can even across board, when we hear the sentiments from the president over the weekend when he said, I'm not going to hand over power to the people who are just saying one term. I mean, give me something else, essentially is what he's saying. And then we see this coming from President Yoweri Museveni, who says, anything that looks like you want to say, we're not going to have that. Yeah. And then we have also Tundu Lissu, who is in jail right now, who is awaiting a trial, or rather who's in trial right now, and is gone to the extent where he says, you know what, I'm going to represent myself. I will represent myself. I will then be the one who does everything that needs to be done according to this case. And then we see that he is guarded heavily by the military yesterday after having made this statement. Do we see a trend forming? Are those who have labeled some leaders who want to be in power and don't want to take any kind of pushback, are they right to call them strongmen? In this case, strong men and women, are they right in those assertions that they make? We don't get enough of power. We don't get enough of criticism. We don't get enough of people wanting to follow the rule of law, or for you to actually be in power for the protection and the proliferation of the well-being of livelihoods of your citizens. Are they right to call them strong men?
You know, whenever you have a threat to, in quotes, the throne, there will always be a pushback. But the pushback in a democratic space can work in several ways. One is convince then the populace that, look, if I'm making a mistake, I'm ready to own up. Like the case of Museveni, what they did, though I strongly feel that was so heavily choreographed. There is what you can read, what you call lip service, and there is what you will speak from your heart, and you really mean it. And meaning it is by action. So what you see happening in Uganda reverberates in Tanzania, echoes in Kenya. These leaders are watching each other. They are the same way we're talking about Uganda, Tanzania. We at our level know what's going on there. It is the same way at the top leadership. Once there's a threat, there will always be a pushback. Now, what is interesting is reading from each other's scripts, you can clearly see there's a trend. There's sort of like a frequency they're following. So the Tundu Lissu's case, the magistrate, Franco Kiswaga, at Kisutu Court, which was surrounded by military presence, allowed Lissu to represent himself. Why was that? It is because, one, there were repeated denials of private meetings with over 30 of his lawyers. So you're trying to have a conversation with your own defense lawyer, but the state is listening.
Yes.
I mean, come on. Come on. So you can't have a private conversation with your lawyer because the state is listening. Now, Lissu's voiced serious concerns that monitored calls in a small room could be tapped, compromising his legal strategy. There are all these things. Now, when you look at multiple reports from Tanzania and what the conversation is all about, it's pointing towards not just stopping this dissenting voices, but actually crushing.
Yes.
Obliterating.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's annihilating everything. So you set a base where, for once in a very, very long time, you're only going to have one party going into the election. They've not experienced that in a long time. So the case here is make sure you have arrested. I mean, look at Besigye, look at Lissu. These are the top runners. So arrest them, charge them with treason charges because they're demanding electoral reforms, they're demanding all these other things. So silence them. When you silence them, you're basically silencing the followers. You've not been to Uganda many times. The feeling you get when you get to Uganda, and I asked one police officer, very senior, high-ranking police officer, before he was murdered in Uganda, because I was working on a story back then on counterterrorism. And I asked him, and that was the first time I'd gone to Uganda, I asked him, why, when I leave my hotel room, you stop by the roadside after every 5 or so minutes, a military police vehicle will be passing. They're sitting in the back with shotguns and guns. And I was trying to understand, because once you see them pass, there is a feeling that gets to you. So, he smiled and he told me, Dennis, there is what we call show of force. This is to deter anyone who might be thinking
that you want to do anything.
That you want to do anything.
Even breathe it wrong.
So it's very clear what's going on there. Now, just circle this back to now Tanzania, and which for a very, very long time we've known to be, very polite. Their politics, how they handle their politics. And for the first time, we are seeing human rights organizations calling out the President Suluhu. The international community has called out on Suluhu. We know what happened to Boniface Mwangi in Tanzania and what's been going on currently. And so it points to the same thing. Stop these voices.
Which begs the question, these leaders that are running these countries, Uganda, Tanzania, are in those positions for the benefit of the people. You can't lead a country without the people. And one would assume that you want the best interest of your people, and that dissent as well is welcomed to help you run your government better. So is there correlation with the Gen Z protests that happened in this country, that these leaders now want to ensure that that does not come to their doorsteps?
Well, they said it already. The President Samia Suluhu basically said, "Wameshaharibu nchi yao, wanakuja kutuharibia huku." She said it. She was very clear that she did. She said, what I've seen happening there, I don't want it to happen here. She said it in no uncertain terms, and she said it in a public arena. So and I think there might be the issue, because we've also heard that kind of sentiment come out on this side of things as well, whereby any voice that comes up that is different from the voice that sits in the administration is seen as dissent. It is not just an opposing voice, but it is seen as a dissenting voice. And the action that you must take against dissent is to annihilate it. That you cannot, for some reason, fathom that in the same space, the thoughts that you have or the plans that you have can exist in the same space with somebody else who is doing or thinking something else. And I think that is a very unhealthy way of operation. The fact that you who is in power is not focusing on what it is that you should be doing, but then focusing on what somebody else may be saying that could deter you from the path that you are on to remain in power is extremely unhealthy. And what that does is that it does then turn people into strong men and women. It does. That you lose the focus, and now instead of me focusing on the race that I'm supposed to be running or the target that I'm supposed to be hitting, I'm looking over my shoulder all the time. And if it is going to be a threat, and I think to an extent it is human nature, if it is going to be a threat to me, then what I want to do is put it out. The manner in which I put it out, or the resources that I employ to do that, is a whole different kettle of fish. But the truth of the matter is that human beings, first of all, as human beings, are not comfortable with anything that is going to come and destabilize you. How much more when you have tasted power? How much more when you have all of this at your beck and call? So that you can be uncomfortable with and want to snuff out what you see to be dissent. And I think we're on the precipice of something extremely dangerous here. If that the answer to any kind of opposition, whether it is in thought or action, is to get rid of it, we have problems and big ones.
You see, there is a common language that has run across all the three countries, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. When the Gen Zs went down, President William Ruto stood outside State House and said that is a treasonous offense. Same thing is happening in Uganda.
The
Same
CS
thing is happening in yesterday.
The CS yesterday said that anybody who was going to get into parliament, for example, is a terrorist.
Is a terrorist. So if you look at all this, there is a pattern where everyone is watching and they are coming up with a common language, a common act. Fortunate enough, I think Kenya, we are still able to talk and speak.
The subliminal messaging here, it's a classic case of, there's nothing new under the sun. There is nothing new we are saying. These things have been done before. The other leaders, strong men, like you say, who have been there before and they left. You look at the treatment of Kizza Besigye through the years, not just this.
This is not a 2024, 2025 case.
You look at the poor guy, the things he has gone through. Even when he's on a ballot, during campaign trails where his house is surrounded, he's tear gassed inside his own compound. There was a time he couldn't actually leave his own compound, literally couldn't leave his own compound to go to work.
Dennis, he walked down the street of Kampala. He got out of a cafe and walked down the street. The man was arrested.
Yes. Just arrest. Now look at Tundu Lissu's case. At the moment, AP News were reporting that Tundu Lissu is actually detained in a section reserved for death row inmates, despite not being convicted yet.
Yes.
He's under 24 hours, 7 days a week surveillance, including prison guards. He has been denied religious worship, which violates basic personal rights. His international legal team has filed an official complaint, actually. You look at how they're treating somebody like Tundu Lissu, how they're treating somebody like Kizza Besigye in Uganda. It's like I said, subliminal messaging, which means we're not just going to arrest you, but we're going to deal with you.
Proper.
You know, we're going to deal with you. I mean, Okiem Tata was here yesterday. And he said he's been arrested 29 times. And in the most recent case, he was actually approached by an officer and he was told, when you leave here, please go to hospital. Because that cell was
treated with fungus.
He showed us his wounds. So if that can happen to a sitting senator, if it can happen to these leaders, the subliminal messaging is, if you're a small man or a small woman, you don't even dare. So how to silence voices is deal with the head. And the belief here is, if you deal with the head, there is no life.
You've killed it.
You've killed everything. But what they're failing, and I agree with what you're saying, Ndu, what we're like sitting on a time bomb. We're on the edge of something, because there's a generational issue here in all these countries. Look at what's happening in the US with Donald Trump. What is happening in LA? I mean, that kind of resistance. I mean, it's not in any recent history I've seen the kind of things you're seeing in the US, for example. So it's telling you people are awake, people are informed, people now know their rights, people know what is right and wrong, and people are bold enough to stand for their rights and defend what they believe is right. So when you have the ruling class imagining, you deal with Lissu, you deal with Besigye, you deal with this, somebody else is going to pop up.
That's what happens when you deal with generation, I mean, to borrow the term, that is woke. And that is not afraid to gather this information and knowledge and understanding that you need. That even if it's maybe a poor example, but you link it to cells that pop up. You kill this cell today, even before you finish that, there's another one that has popped up.
Spread.
And there's another one that has popped up. And even while that one is in its infancy, another one has then popped up. The way, and I'm not saying one of the ways, the way to then deal is to be all-inclusive, it's to be concerted, it's to be all-encompassing. That is the only kind of leadership and governance that is going to be able to operate and thrive in the world that we have today. And to see things unfold, that we're telling stories in 2025 that people told 50 years ago about what happened to them when they opened their mouth to be in any kind of opposition, then I think that if we've not progressed beyond that, then we still have quite a lot of work to do. Development is not just about the economy. Development is also about how we, how we operate when it comes to governance and leadership and just the practices, from time immemorial. And you have to ask your questions. How do you want to operate in this world?
There is a quote that we've been given today. Don't ignore the lizard, for one day they'll grow up and they will eat you. These things that the leaders are doing right now, they're just not seeing what it is they're building. They're building even more stronger opposition than they are imagining.
Look at history, how resistance formed. Revolts, revolutions. It follows the same pattern, and you can't ignore history. History is a teacher. So if you can't look at the past to inform what you're doing in the present, you'll miss out on the future. And the whole point here is there's a generational issue that we can't run away from that conversation. We can say, okay, for us, myself a millennial, yourself a millennial, I don't know, Aseto.
I was not born in 1986.
I wasn't born to take a guess.
You know, we can have all our arguments. But the whole point is we've played our role. There's still more to do. But we have to have a generational conversation, not just in this country, but the East African region and world over. And it's a conversation we can't run away from.
Can't run away from, and it definitely must be heard. We'll do our part, and that's why we keep having Kenya's biggest conversation. This is the Situation Room. Thank you for being here this Tuesday. We'll continue again tomorrow, God willing, at 10. And it's another 10 now. Good morning.
News from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lau Ubaga. DAPK Kenya leader, that is Eugene Wamalwa, says that the Gen Zs are the game changers of the current status of our nation. Speaking on SpiceFM Situation Room, Wamalwa called on the youth to continue holding the government